of the Board of Education. Roll call, please. Member Wynne?
Oh, she'll do it.
I mean, Member Wynne is not here. Member Plancarty?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Thomas, I'm here. We will be we will be going down to the table here for a board study session. Is there any public comment on the board study session, which is going to be discussing procedural issues?
Just on the roll call, I just wanted to make sure Member Jones was included.
Oh, Member Jones, yeah, Member Jones and Member Wynne will be late this evening. Thank you. So we are.
Any public comments?
Any public comments on the study session, which is going to be discussing procurement and conflict of interest?
There's no public.
Seeing none, we're going to retire down to the table and conduct our study session. Thank you, everybody.
Either one. But just be at the end of your cell phone in case we need you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have collated these for you, but.
Oh, no, that's okay. You're fine.
Well, just because you have enough copies, I'll just.
No, we do have enough copies. We
I'll
made
take them.
extras for the community too, in case anybody came and wanted copies. So, you know, we weren't sure if we would have a big crowd of people, like trying to break down the door, trying to come to our.
You never know, it's Newark.
You
Here.
never know.
Here. And then I think I got you. Did I get all of them or? This one? Yeah, almost there. There. And there. This is for you. There you go. Got your own packet and oh, no, you can stay. This is so much fun. And I think there was a document on here that was added that should not be in here. Oh, how did I get this one? Okay, this is yours. This got added on.
You're talking about this one? Mentor observation?
Yeah, that I think was probably a stack on Mandy's desk,
Okay.
I would think. She did such a nice job copying for us. Okay. All right, everybody, you have your copies. I haven't really, honestly prepared a lot because I know this is a very big passion project for you guys. And so I thought I would start by calling on, I think the first one on there is procurement. So if we want to call on Member Hill to discuss the procurement and what he was, and so everybody can ask questions. Your procurement thing is here. I did attach it. I saw it
So
somewhere.
President Thomas, would you rather go discuss your points first? I can make it pretty quick regarding procurement.
If you do procurement, if we can get that out of the
Here
way.
it is.
then-
Here's the certification here.
Which one?
Okay.
Is it this one?
It's this certification
Oh, yes.
document. Yeah. It says individual conflict of interest procurement certification. And so if you want to talk about
Sure.
this issue,
So,
yeah.
so I will make it very quick since we're running late. So the only thing that I want to make sure that we address, and maybe we can't do all of it this evening, and I know President Thomas, you've kind of talked about it before, but at a high level, you know, we, the board, and Superintendent DeLeon and others, you know, there's already language that sort of governs our ethical conduct. And, you know, and there might be some tweaks or changes, but the area where I'm concerned about is that as we go deeper down into the organization, there really isn't a lot. And I think that you've pointed out the fact that we don't really even have a formal kind of ethics code, or at least one that's been updated. And so maybe we you know, I think that putting a whole code in place is going to take some time, right? And we probably need to bring in some help to do that. But in the short term, and we talked about this in late summer, and I can't even remember whether we, the board, approved it or not. I guess we'd have to go back and look at it. But I had presented this document to say, okay, one little piece that would help, in my opinion, is making sure that whenever a purchase happens, that anybody that's involved in the transaction, that as a part of their routing that they have to do, that they have to sign this form. And then that really ensures that everybody that's involved in the transaction understands that they can either have, you know, a direct conflict of interest, meaning some type of financial interest in the transaction, or even potentially, you know, the appearance of a conflict of interest. And if they do, they need to recuse themselves, right? They need to notify, you know, that I have it, and that and then if there is something that comes up where maybe it's a judgment call, at least it's documented, at least everybody knows, and then if ultimately people decide, well, it's not significant enough to preclude that somebody from participating, but at least we all know. And what I've seen when a procurement transaction happens is that, you know, oftentimes there's a number of different things that get routed as it goes through each step. And all I'm saying is that we just add this as one additional thing that people need to sign off on. So that's it for like my request.
So, I mean, that sounds reasonable.
Which means that what I do believe needs to happen is that this would go to the ad hoc board policy committee to add to our conflict of interest and or our procurement board policy as either a piece of it, an addendum, an AR. It's as simple as the board saying, yes, we want people to sign this. It's that simple. Okay. I think it's something that probably, since board policies go through the ad hoc, what we could do is draw up some sample language. I could maybe try to work on some sample language, and then it would just go under your ad hoc and then be brought up as an updated board policy like we did tonight, but it's with an addendum now. Now it has a form, and the form technically is like, the board policy says you're gonna do this, and then you have an AR that says, every time somebody does blah, 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 here are the rules, here's the form you're gonna use.
Okay, and the form can be an exhibit.
An exhibit, I'm sorry, not an addendum, an exhibit.
Yeah, but, yeah, an exhibit and.
Right.
Okay, can you think, either of you or all of us, think of issues that would be involved at what level of procurement are we talking about? Are we talking about contracts, any contract? Are we talking about that procures materials?
Well, to your point, I think you could set a dollar threshold, and I think that we should, you know, maybe think about what would be the best dollar threshold. But, you know, I would say, you know, at a minimum 5,000, and maybe even a little bit lower. You know, we might want to have somebody look and see, you know, what percentage of transactions happen under 5,000 and what kind are they. I'm just not super familiar enough with it. But where this document came from, the starting point was the LA Department of Water and Power uses something very, very similar. I just made slight modifications to it for NUSD. So, but to your point, right, we could talk about, because it probably, probably doesn't make sense for somebody to sign off on this if you're going to go buy lunch for,
No, right.
somebody or whatever.
Right.
So it's basically asking people to, to recuse themselves if
Yeah, all it's really saying
if
is
they know
that,
anybody, right?
yes, it is, so a vendor's being chosen to do some work, right? And so it's getting routed through the process and there's various approvals. So the person who's the requester, okay, they would need to sign off and say, I'm not picking my buddy to go out and do this. And then depending on the dollar amount, it's gonna get routed to a couple of different people, one or more people, right, depending on the dollar amount. And so each of those people would also sign off and say, okay, yes, this particular vendor that's being chosen, I approve, and I don't have a conflict of interest related to this.
So would there be one of these sheets for, I don't know that we need to discuss this here, but as part of this ad hoc committee and working with you, Superintendent De Leon, would this be like maybe 5 or 6 people each having an individual sheet like this, or could it be a routing sheet with each individual signing?
And I
At
think
each
I think
stage.
either will be fine. And part of it, I guess, depends on, I forget what the name of the system is that you guys use for procurement. That we use for procurement. I forget the name of it, but there's a system, right, where
Yeah.
purchase
Escape.
orders escape, right? So when a request gets created, right, and then it gets routed, that this would be like, an addendum, and it could be just one sheet. I don't know how it works, and what I'm
Link, you just open the link and you just do the sign and you do.
And then
Sure.
it routes it to the other person who's also approving it? Is that what?
Yeah, usually we have 2 people who approve
Okay.
purchase requisitions, right? For internal controls and checks and balances, right? So we have 2 people typically, and it would be basically be, you'd be saying, I'm approving this, I'm either bringing this for approval or approving this and stating that by doing so, I am not related to anybody, I'm not making any financial gain off of it, none of my relatives or close friends anybody have a personal relationship is making a gain off of it.
Yeah.
Where this gets sticky, so here's what I'm gonna say, where this gets
Okay.
sticky, and not intentionally, and this is not to try to give leeway that shouldn't be given, is in a small community with a limited number of businesses. Everybody knows everybody, and it gets very hard. For example, once you've been in a community for a long time, let's say, you've been here a long time and you know the people at the city. They work for the city. We have a professional relationship, but probably also friendly, like after 20 years or 50, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right,
it's
right.
hard to say, no, I'm they're not my friend. Well, maybe after 20 years they are, or maybe you've been in this community so long, it's hard. It becomes hard. I'm just saying it becomes hard in a smaller community with a limited number of businesses. And so what happens is you'll have people looking at it going, oh my God, I know everybody. Oh, I know the person who sells tacos at the, are they my friend? Are they not my, it's that. So we have to be kind of
well, and
careful. We don't want to be too, it could be, somebody could be going through and going, literally, I know everybody in that company.
well, and if you look at the document, it's not saying that you can't participate, but what it's saying is that you flag a potential conflict of interest, right? And so if you look at the second paragraph, the last sentence, it says, if you're not certain whether any of your relationships with the contracting party, including contractors, may constitute an actual conflict of interest or the appearance, you should consult with the superintendent's office to assist you in that determination, or recuse yourself. And then it basically, all it really says is that if you have an actual or a potential, you need to disclose it. And then at the end, it doesn't require you to recuse yourself. It just says if you wish to recuse yourself, indicate the recusal here. And so it leaves room for judgment to say, okay, yeah, maybe I know so-and-so, but I just need to disclose the fact that that, you know, I've done business with this person or whatever before, so that there's, everything's transparent, right? So
Okay.
that's the intent. And then President Thomas, to your point, I don't, as far as like how this is implemented, because we don't, this is just a piece of paper. But what I would suggest is that when we have a new CBO come on board, that this would be something that they sit down and figure out, okay, well, how are we gonna,
And train their staff up and
yeah,
figure out
correct.
the
And
details of
then
implementation.
they come back to us with a proposal around implementation.
Okay, so, so I guess the ad hoc committee, Ms. Jones and I will work with the superintendent and the CBO when we get one.
Yeah.
And we will talk about how we can effectuate this
Sure.
and get it.
And then determine if we are going to set a certain dollar amount, right? And,
Right.
okay.
And the breadth of, does it cover contracts for services as well as contracts for?
Yes, but it wouldn't get involved in like personnel decisions, right? So it's not gonna get involved with recruiting or hiring, but any type of procurement, whether it's for services or for, or for goods.
Yeah, okay. That's good. So then you wanted me to lead the discussion
Yes.
on conflict of interest?
And President Thomas, I think I did that in 10 minutes.
You break it down.
So I'm trying to turn over a new leaf.
That was great.
Okay, so,
That was very
It's been turned over
positive.
well.
okay.
Okay. You have before you, the marked up, we don't have the markup, do we?
I thought so.
I
I thought it was the blue
saw
one.
something.
Yes, I did have, I sent
Resolution
every
of
document
adopting
over.
Conflict of interest, this one?
Oh, is it not colored? Maybe it didn't get printed in color.
No, the resolution, that's something else. That's what I'd really like to discuss. But the conflict of interest bylaw, CSBA sample, and you have the Newark sample, but there is the one that I had proposed during our agenda setting was a marked up copy.
I thought that I had done that, so that's not there anywhere.
No,
There's something that has like blue lines around it.
I think the blue one is the markup, but it's just not, the colors, it's not out in color, unfortunately.
okay, well, anyway, there
There
has
is
been
one.
a major update, and this should come to the board for approval, okay?
Through
And
the ad hoc committee, right?
through the ad hoc committee,
Mhm.
we'll discuss it with you,
Okay.
and we'll bring it to and that's what it was going to be on the agenda, but Member Hill wanted to have this workshop first.
Okay.
So this is what, there's a lot of new verbiage, financial interest in a contact that, you know, the markup shows there's a lot of new verbiage that has been added that board members and staff, executive staff need to pay attention to. But the one thing that I think is missing, and that is that we have, every 2 years, we're supposed to review the conflict of interest code and approve it. And so I created the resolution based on the template. And so if we look at the paper entitled
Yes.
resolution, I just put a number in there, to adopt the conflict of interest code. It talks about everyone in the district that is the designated position, in the designated position that has to file an annual Form 700. And they have to file, any new employee has to file it within 30 days, is it? Any newly appointed board member has to sign it within 30 days, or, you know, give that Form 700, give it to the district. So the thing is, we have not paid attention to this for a long time, and so my suggestion is tonight we discuss this appendix of the designated positions to make sure we have everyone that should be filling out Form 700.
Okay.
And you'll notice there are different categories for different levels of
Yeah.
disclosure.
So category one is the governing board member, superintendent, assistant or deputy superintendent, executive director of human services, and director of business services. And I added the director of technology. Some of the examples I looked at had the director of technology as a disclosure category one. Some of them had it as two. There's not a whole lot of difference, I think, between one and two. So the category one is when the board and the superintendent and the executive staff are considered interested in investments in the district and making those kind of decisions. The category two people, not so much. So the category one and category two are described here, and these are the positions. So my suggestion is that we discuss, should we be adding any positions here? Or should we be changing the disclosure category on any of them?
Where did this list originally come from?
This list originally came from, it's a combination of the suggested one by CSBA and some of them that I took off the web. In fact, there was a memo that was shared with me that talked about the director of athletics and how they often purchase uniforms and make purchases like that, and that they should be, filing a Form 700. Principals, assistant principals.
Would people involved in ASB fall under one of these categories? Like whoever your ASB coordinator is?
That's, yeah, it's good. We can add
I
people.
don't see why not.
Yeah.
They handle a lot of contracts and money.
Yeah,
They should.
yeah. So maybe we
There-
add that
yeah.
one.
It would be the activities
Activities
director.
director.
So the athletic director and the activities director.
Yes.
Okay.
So I would say add the word director, athletics, and then director, activities.
Activities, okay. Are we missing any?
But other than that, President Thomas, I mean, it seems to me like a pretty comprehensive list.
Yeah. Pure business.
Like, I think in business services, is there anyone else in the business?
Yeah, there are
department?
managers, so I think we should always list the managers as well, because there's just put business service manager, which is global, so that we don't have to have everybody's exact title in there, but, yeah, I'll get a pen, I'm gonna write it all down.
Okay, I need to get mine.
So we do have managers.
Well, then that begs the question, do we want to include other managers as well?
Well, I think it depends on their level of responsibility for actually purchasing
And what they
or
sign off on?
contracting, yeah. Normally, a coordinator will have a director above them, right,
Mhm.
but.
So they can't sign off on something, but it
Usually not.
potentially could, right? They would have to get approval.
They'd have to get, I don't see that we would, Nicole, do you know any coordinators that are in charge of purchases, or does it usually go to their directors or service contracts or anything like that? Any coordinators that are in charge of purchases? Or contracts?
So what about interim? Interim should probably fill out Form 700
Sure.
Yes.
within.
That's-
But would that be connected to your consultants down at the bottom there?
Well, I was just gonna ask,
Where,
No,
and where are the
coordinators, no.
consultants? I don't see it on here. Where?
So if you look on this, so
Oh,
under.
I see.
Yeah,
I see, okay.
Yeah,
So
the
do
interims
we-
are consultants. But we do need to add manager, business
Business
managers,
services manager,
Bids.
or
business
And then
services
director.
managers.
of activities, we talked about that as well, adding the director of activities.
I got those two.
And how about our managers of activities signing off
Oh,
on things
IT
as well?
managers, do you have an IT
Well, I have
manager?
Director
Oh,
of Technology.
I think he's called a manager
Yeah.
in this district, so we'll say
Director
technology.
slash Manager of Technology. yeah.
Mhm. Then let's just put director slash manager of business services
Yeah.
then. And that just covers it.
So if there's a director and then if there's manager under the director, they also have to. So I was looking at the consultants, and if you look that over for a minute,
Okay.
can we describe any consultant that does this kind of work? Approve a rate, rule, or regulation? Adopt or enforce a law? Issue, deny, suspend,
Issue, deny, or suspend.
or revoke a permit? Authorize the district to enter into, modify, or renew. a
Well, I tell you
contract?
what, if you had an interim CBO or an interim director of fiscal services, you certainly would. Like if an interim director of fiscal services, they sign stuff all the time.
Right.
So are they actual employees at the time they're interim, or are they consultants? Do they
a
fall
contract,
under
right?
this?
It's a contract, it's a district contract, but they are a contracted, I guess they're an independent, an employee who's an independent contractor. They're like an independent contractor, like all of our independent contractors. So I don't know if they're a real, true employee. We still give them email and we do fingerprint them if they're gonna be here on a long-term basis.
I think.
Like if they're off, like I always think of it this way, if their offices are here versus if they have their own office somewhere else.
So every
Well-
principal, every interim principal, and
I would just say put interims. It's
I
fine to say
think we
interims.
should put interims because they are making decisions and we are
They are making
relying on these
decisions and we are
individuals to
considering
take
them,
weight off the penny
Even though they're
and
contractors.
yeah.
other people.
So
who are listening.
interims will certainly fit in with,
Yeah, just put interims. It could be interims of any of these any of these managerial levels fit with an interim, like Mike Milliken, signed off on all kinds of crap. Oops, stuff, excuse me.
yeah.
Well, and-
Stuff.
Stuff.
Well,
Stop.
and stuff. And as I think about it too, like the formal definition of an independent contractor is that you're not taking direction from your client.
Right.
Right, if your client is saying, okay, you need to be here at 8 o'clock, and you need to go work on these 3 things, and then after that, then you're no
You're
longer.
not in.
So I would say
Right.
interim is probably a better word.
Yeah. And maybe we can just do an asterisk and say interim positions related
Listed
to
above.
these
Interim
Positions.
positions listed above.
listed above, interim positions listed above,
Mhm.
okay.
We
Yeah,
should,
thank you for
because,
writing that
because
down.
my worry here is the way this is worded. Consultants are designated employees who must disclose financial interests as determined on a case-by-case basis by the superintendent or designee. And so my worry there is the case-by-case basis, and could any of these fall through the cracks, and could we miss not having certain individuals who need to fill this form out, not do it, right? So I just have to bring that up.
So who besides an interim would be an interim in one of these positions who's not
Like
an independent?
Well, okay,
Principal.
like for example, like the,
Principals,
Interim principals, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we cover it under interim, but who would we be missing?
well, like for example, the interim of curriculum special projects. She's gonna be working with English Learner Services, running DLAC and whatnot. I don't think she's gonna be in that, because she has Nicole doing all the business pieces. She's not gonna be responsible for contracts and all those kinds of things. She's gonna be running meetings, filling out reports. I mean, she's being hired to do reports, meetings, make sure that the program gets pushed along, working with our EL teachers stuff.
Yeah,
She's not gonna be directly responsible for contracts, whereas the interim director of fiscal services will have their hands all over contracts potentially, right? So it's a little bit of a
So what
different
about-
thing.
What about?
So would an interim principal is still looking at all kinds of things they
Right.
approve at their school. They approve like every purchase that comes across their desk at the school. An interim principal does, for sure.
Yeah, so what we have down here is, Director of Student Learning. So we have the directors that are underneath in Ed Services.
So a normal director of student learning probably along the way is doing all of that
'Cause-
work. But I
Well,
don't
they're
think,
looking at curriculum materials.
well, I'm the
and-
interim person doing all the curriculum materials.
Right, and so, but I mean, but that position would be would have should fill out Form 700 because they are helping to make decisions on.
That position, but what I'm saying is like an interim who comes in to well, maybe you would have them do it. I don't think an interim in curriculum and instruction is necessarily gonna be doing a lot of contracts. I think the business piece would be taken off of their plate, whereas like an interim business person or principal, they can't have it taken off their plate. It's
Right,
what they do.
they
Yeah,
are
right.
doing that job.
So I don't know.
So that would be like.
I'm just saying on it, when you talk about why would we
individual-
have a case-by-case basis, I think you need to think about it. It
That-
depends on what they're being assigned to do.
So you would be the one when that person is brought on to determine whether they should fill out.
Me
Form
and their
700
boss, right, or whoever's in
Within 30
their
days. yeah.
supervisor, yeah, like what are we gonna be asking them to do? So that's where the case-by-case comes in. It may be that they're not.
And then I think it's really important, because I've wanted to ask the question, how many of these, and most of these were already on the list from before. So we're updating the list, we're adding like the director of athletics and the director of activities.
The business services
Yeah.
manager.
Yeah, so, I mean, are we being faithful to
But could-
collecting these Form 700s? No, we probably are not.
But as I read this language here under disclosures for consultants, so they're providing a broader definition than what we just talked about. So if you look at the second paragraph, it says a consultant is an individual who, pursuant to a contract with the district, makes a governmental decision, right? So that's one category, but then if you flip past those 7 areas, it says a consultant is also an individual who, pursuant to a contract with the district, serves in a staff capacity with the district, and in that capacity participates in making a governmental decision.
Okay, so that covers the
So
interims.
I think it covers, yeah,
Covers the interims.
yeah.
Okay, so HR needs to have in their onboarding processes, and they need to make sure that these category of individuals are filling out Form 700
Right.
annually and within 30 days of coming on board.
So you want that to be the HR department? Normally it is the superintendent's office.
I think it should be the HR.
I
mean, no,
agree, because your plate is so full, and.
Well, I just mean in most districts, the executive assistant, like, that's like the next step is that they
Well,
have
they-
them or whatever, but
I
it
think
it
the
can be
executive
HR.
assistant collects them, right?
Because she's the one that sends it all into the county. The county goes to the executive assistants to get all the information. But they could be distributed on their onboarding package.
Yeah.
Correct.
Via
And then
HR.
submitted to the executive assistant.
They don't get submitted to the county, they stay in the district.
I thought we had to have copies of them for the county,
No, that's why
but they ask you, oh, no, they ask you, Nancy. They ask you if you're missing somebody, so-and-so hasn't turned in their 700, and you gotta go chase it down. Oh, yes, the many times that's happened, not here, but,
I think you'll find that in this district anyway, that all of these Form 700s are on file. In fact, we had an auditor, one year, it was probably part of the audit package, you know how they add things every year, and, once in a while, they'll look at something special. They looked at Form 700s,
no, I believe you. I think we do keep our own.
but I don't
For
think you
auditing.
sent- I can find out.
Well,
Or-
in my experience in Ventura County as superintendent is I would get an email from the county asking me to make sure that we were missing a Form 700 by a blah, blah,
See, I
blah.
think that's the problem, is that we don't do that, and as a result, I think we have not been religious in collecting Form 700s.
Maybe this county doesn't do that, but I can tell you that other counties I've been in, they have a list. They send you a list from the county, says, here are all the people that we need them from.
Well,
I would
and-
be
and-
surprised if the county's not asking for that information. That's
I don't know who
Very
they're, I'll find
important.
out. I can find out.
uh,
That's been my experience where they send it to the superintendent and the superintendent's executive assistant, and they send a list. Here are all your people that we need.
Yeah, I
forms
think
from.
we've had turnover in the executive assistant position. I always, for ROP, because I'm on their board, I always get a reminder and a Form 700 to fill in by the April 15th deadline. And in the last year, I had to remind the executive assistant that she needed to do the same thing for our people. But I'm not so sure that, you know, with turnover and with this kind of being buried somewhere, this resolution, that we've captured the people that were on the list prior and now the ones we've added in the future.
In fact, when I became superintendent in LA County,
Mhm.
I got my Form 700 directly from the Los Angeles County Office of Education.
Yeah, well, when.
No, I'm sorry,
I-
Los Angeles County, from
I
Los
did
Angeles
not get
County.
a form, actually.
Yeah.
and I didn't-
See,
I
when
was
the,
not
when the two
aware,
of you came
so-
on, you weren't given a form by HR or the,
I went back and did it after.
yeah,
though.
I know, but that's what falls through the cracks if we don't have a
Right.
process.
We need to
Right,
have
no,
that
we need to have a process, I'm just wondering what part the county plays in this
Right.
county, because every other county, they're on it.
Okay, we
No,
can
that's
check.
weird, I'll find out though. Not the county office of ed, the county, Alameda County.
Not the county office of
No,
ed.
Alameda County.
Nicole, do you know anything about Form 700s being asked for by
Did you
the
get a notice
county?
from the county ever?
I always got them from Lucia.
From who?
Lucia.
So the
Yeah, see, it's
executive
executive
assistant-
assistant.
Right, but I think at some level, I'll check. I think at some level, even if we collect them ourselves, which we are supposed to do,
We need to have,
I think we might still, they're supposed to be submitted somewhere.
Yeah.
I just don't know where. I'll find out.
So I think,
So I'm okay with this resolution, Nancy, that you drafted.
okay,
I'm okay with it as well.
And then if, you know, if pending, you can just update based on the discussion of. you
I
know,
got it here. I got the notes.
and,
And then one last thing that's maybe, well, maybe it should be, I'm not sure, or maybe it's separate. But the other area that I was thinking about that is kind of falling through the cracks is, you know, if you look at, well, I mean, from my understanding is by law, we officials have to go through ethics training on some frequency. And I know, having talked to, you know, people in other parts of government, that they've said that like that's a requirement. You know, we haven't always done that. But what I'm thinking is that we even extend it. And, you know, like for example, when you're a teacher, okay, so here in our district we have Keenan, and at the beginning of every year, you know, you have to go in and take your sexual harassment training. You have to go in and
Right.
take your, you know, mandated reporter training. You know, can we just add a standard training for, you know, for these categories that says every year, you know, here's this little prepackaged training that you do as a part of the startup of the year.
We probably could. I'd have to go in and see if they have an ethics one.
I've,
They'd have to have an
Actually-
ethics one in their library for them to give it to
They
us.
must have one,
Yeah.
yes.
No,
When I know
right, but-
CSBA has one.
actually, we're not required to, unless, I think there's a recent legislation that may make it required of school board members.
School board members, but I don't think everybody.
But it's required of special district members, it's required of city councils, it's required of everyone, state,
Right.
required of everyone every 2 years.
Right.
Except
Okay, school board,
we're left out.
I see,
So, and I've taken that training on my own,
okay.
and it's a very good online training.
But we could mandate and just say, we, in our district, we want to do it.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I think it's gonna come that we have to.
Well, you need to do a board policy for that. If that's what you want.
Oh
And then
my
we have to
gosh.
pay for the training.
So we're almost out of time.
Because remember, when we
Yeah.
do those trainings and we have everybody in the district do it, we pay a licensing fee to be able to give the trainings, just so you, they'll come with a cost.
Right.
Okay, let's,
Everything
let's
comes-
Yes.
try to get close
So
session off.
So President Thomas, did we cover everything you wanted to
Yes, I
cover?
think so.
But I think you gotta go up and say we're retiring to closed session.
How are you feeling? Good.
They didn't give you an electric version of that?
You didn't, it should have been on the whole time.
Okay, that's a hand-me-down. Okay, oh, yeah, but it's got a little
Yeah.
hamburger on it.
We've always,
Fuzzy seat that is no longer fuzzy, and the hamburger bell.
no,
That's okay, we got notes.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned from our study session, and we are about to go into closed session for the November 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address us on closed session items? The closed session items we will be discussing are 3.2, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, NTA at CSEA, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Byrd versus NUSD, student expulsion, and public employment, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. Seeing no one coming forward, we will be recessing to closed session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have just returned from closed session, and during closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed a contract for the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, the CBO, effective December 4th, 2023, which included the following terms. The work year is 224 days. Salary, step 4, is $250,000 annually. The stipend for a master's degree is $1,200. The stipend for a doctorate degree is $1,000. And professional dues, pay in full, the Association of California Administrators, AXA, plus one other professional organization not to exceed $2,500. So with that, would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we have approval of the agenda. I understand, Superintendent, that you have an adjustment.
Thank you, President Thomas. Let's see, where are we right now? Let me move on down here. Okay, first, we would like to, in recognition of one of our board members who has been in some pain, I would like to move some of the more important items up. So if we could move public comment up to right after recognitions of the Schilling Elementary Spotlight, and then followed by items 13.1 and 13.2, up right after public comment. And then also we are pulling 15.4 to bring back at a later date.
So that's pull 15.2.
4.
And move which ones up?
First move public comment 1 and 2,
Okay.
10.1, 10.2, or to be right after the Schilling Elementary Spotlight,
Okay.
because we want them to be able to go, our kiddos. And then 13.1 and 13.2 up right after public comment. And then pull 15.4.
Okay. Thank you. With those changes, can I get a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Member Plancarte moves.
I'll second, thank you.
Okay. Member Jones seconds. Please vote.
Actually, hold on one second. Because we have a guest here running our panel, we're running into a little bit of a difficulty with the online voting, and was wondering if we could move back to recording it, and then we will move it digitally once we have the transcribed
Sounds
final
good.
results. So thank
Okay,
you.
so please,
And no fault here. It's really her left-hand person right here that's struggling with the technology. So thank you.
okay. So
Yes,
roll call vote.
please.
Student board member, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Thomas is a yes. Thank you. Yes, Member Nguyen?
Member Thomas, I would like to recognize former board member Jan Crocker. She's in the audience tonight.
Hey,
Please
yes,
stand up.
Hey. Hey, great to see you, Member Crocker. Thanks for coming. Okay, so next we move on to, I'll have the superintendent introduce the school spotlight.
Super exciting. So tonight, it is the Schilling Elementary Stallion Spotlight. So, break it down for Schilling. Yay. So, Principal Herrera. This is your opportunity.
Hi, good
Hi,
evening.
how are you?
Good, good. Waiting to see if our slides are ready.
We're gonna need a little technical support. 1 second.
Okay, no worries.
The great part is that Mr. Burrell is a tech genius.
There's a lot to, I'm not sure about that this evening, but thank you.
We're almost there.
Yeah, is it as simple as a tab there?
Yay,
Hey, there we go.
Nicole.
Do I get the clicker or?
Yeah. And if it doesn't, just give us the.
Got it. Good evening. Good evening, President Thomas, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, and community members. I am so happy to be here to spotlight Schilling Elementary School today. We are a SPED preschool through fifth grade school with a dual language immersion program in grades kindergarten through third grade. 73% of our 359 students are Hispanic students. 39% of our students are learning English as a second language. Our mission at Schilling is that all students will learn at high levels to be ready for college or a career. At Schilling, we make sure our students are being challenged in their learning. Our goal is to make sure that our students are continuously learning and growing. We measure their growth using the iReady data in both reading and math. iReady is an online diagnostic based on Common Core standards that provides instructional lessons for both reading and math. Our goal is to increase student achievement in reading and math by a minimum of 2% overall. As you can see in our data, our students met that goal in reading and in math. In reading, we had 17% of students at above or grade level in the fall and 41% in the spring. In math, we had 13% of students at above or grade level in the fall and 26% in the spring. As you can see from our data, we are a school that is working on improving our reading and math skills. The data shows that our students are in need of targeted academic intervention support. With intense intervention support, we can meet our proficiency growth of 2%. This projection is based on students meeting their full typical growth measure on iReady. We will meet our students' full typical growth by making sure our instruction is carefully aligned through grade level collaboration, action planning, and curriculum mapping. The following academic supports will also enhance our learning and growing. SEAL, Sobrato Early Academic Language Model. Our Schilling TK through 5th grade teachers are being trained. SEAL is a research-based model designed to provide high-quality education to all English learners. SEAL promotes the development of biliteracy, affirming and supporting home language for English learners, children, and families, and developing high levels of proficiency in both Spanish and English. Teachers model rich, expressive language and create environments where academic vocabulary and concepts come to life. Students actively collaborate, solve problems, and engage in whole and small group inquiry as they pursue and construct knowledge based upon next generation science, social science, English language arts, English language development, and teaching tolerance standards. An example of SEAL, picture bottom left, is in 2nd grade. DLI students love going to their SEAL Researcher Center, where they are able to not only look the part of a scientist, but also have hands-on experience with tools that scientists use. This trimester, Ms. Cantorler's students learned about geologists and landscapes. Students conducted research using their SEAL Researcher Center books and the Get Epic online library to learn more about how landforms are created. Students also explored using various scientist tools to examine and observe rocks. Our SEAL coach, Kim Nickerson, and when available, Michaela Ashmore, provide support to our teachers by providing training and guidance. They work closely with our teachers and students by going into their classrooms, modeling lessons, and/or guiding teachers as they teach a SEAL strategy. Classroom walls are filled with lots of student work, writing, and projects. This year, we have the wonderful opportunity to work alongside Coyote Hills Elementary, where we meet monthly for our cross-site professional development. All these PDs, you will observe teachers, SEAL coaches, and principals collaborating and learning new ways to implement these SEAL strategies in our classrooms. Another big piece to our academic support is the help and support of our intervention teacher, Mrs. Mattering. Mrs. Mattering helps facilitate our response to intervention, RTI meetings, and helps guide our teachers to look at the data carefully to help identify the students who need that extra support. She also pushes into the classrooms and provides small group support. Teachers also have time to collaborate with grade levels and look at data. iReady also has personalized instruction lessons, which students are encouraged to work on at their own pace of a minimum of 20 minutes a day. Lessons are both in reading and math. This year, we will continue to partner up with CEWA Aspire. Aspire stands for Achieving Students' Progress Instilling Resilience and Excellence, which is an after-school program that focuses on math, English, language arts, homework assistance enrichment that provides supplementary language interventions and helps improve academic performance for elementary students. This year, we will have CEWA Aspire volunteers come into the classroom during the day to provide intervention support. They will work alongside with our intervention teacher, Mrs. Mattering, and the classroom teachers. We are very grateful for this support. We are a PBIS school, positive behavioral interventions and support, a restorative practice framework where students are accountable for their actions and reflect on their behaviors through positive reinforcement and incentives. Schilling is a recipient with the California PBIS Coalition Systems of Recognition, reflecting excellence in the implementation of the core features of PBIS, awarded for successful PBIS implementation at the gold level. Schilling is committed to implementing PBIS with fidelity and creating conditions to maximize academic and social behavioral outcomes for all students. We thank our teachers and staff for their hard work and commitment. Schilling also received support through our behavioral support clinician, Jackie Melcher, who is here today. She works with students who need additional behavioral support and provides teachers with a toolbox of intervention coping strategies to help support positive behavior in their classrooms. We also use Character Strong in our classrooms. Character Strong focuses on the whole child's mental and well-being through teaching character traits to foster positive connections with others. We focus on a school-wide monthly trait, which helps build social and emotional competence. We also have the Coordination of Services team. We have EBAC, Mental Health and Wellness Together clinicians for students and families that need extra support and or resources. Incentives at Schilling help promote positive behavior and encourage students to do well in school. Incentives such as Schilling Stars and Scholar Dollars, as pictured here. Our Schilling Stars focus on behavior, and our Scholar Dollars focus on academic achievement or improvement. Students can spend these at our PBIS store. Our dual language immersion program at Schilling Elementary is going on its 3rd year. We currently have 2 kindergarten classes, 2 first grade classes, 2 second grade classes, and 2 third grade classes that are participating in this program. Our DLI team includes B-CLAD certified Elisa Munoz, who is currently on maternity leave. Michelle Lazada is taking her place, our long-term substitute who teaches the 50% Spanish kindergarten class, and Jennifer Nguyen, who teaches the 50% English kindergarten class. In first grade, we have Isabel Farias, who is our long-term substitute, who teaches the 50% Spanish first grade class, and Brittany Herrera, who teaches the 50% English class. In second grade, we have Melissa Moore, our NUSD Matosa, who teaches the 50% Spanish second grade class, and Jessica Canteler, who teaches the 50% English. In third grade, we have B-CLAD National Board Certified Anita Sol, who teaches the 50% in Spanish third grade class, and Jessica Pollack, who teaches the 50% English third grade class. Our students are being immersed in both languages and cultures. They are beginning to use each language through poems, chants, songs. They listen to read-alouds in both languages. In the classrooms, you can see realia, pictures, role-playing, think, pair, share, cooperative learning activities, and walls with student work in both Spanish and English, which includes SEAL strategies. Our 3 goals of dual language immersions are bilingualism and biliteracy, to be able to speak and write and read, listen, and use each of the 2 languages as support for the other, and social cultural competence. Students in DLI should be able to see the similarities and differences in each other and should be viewed as opportunities to connect. Our goal is to prepare our students to become bilingual and biliterate in order to maximize their potential and achieve in a multicultural environment and diverse society, to inspire the love of learning a new language and appreciate different cultures. We have encountered certain challenges during the course of our DLI program, such as not being fully staffed in first grade or second grade. These positions are currently filled by a long-term substitute and an NUSD math TOSA. We are actively looking and interviewing for qualified candidates to fill these positions. We also have student spots open in first, second, and third grades. One of our goals this year was to make sure that our kindergarten classes were full. I am happy to report that our 2 kindergarten DLI classes are full and we have a wait list. We also have the opportunity to have a school site coordinator to help support DLI teachers and families. Blanca Dalida is a former Schilling teacher who has taken this role. She has held a DLI parent informational meeting, and we are continuing the SEAL professional development that helps support our DLI program. Our DLI students take the iReady Spanish data for reading. It provides our Spanish speakers and learners multiple exposures to key Spanish vocabulary to support them in Spanish reading comprehension, instruction with new Spanish vocabulary lessons for grades kindergarten through 3rd grade. This assessment is used as a temperature check to gauge overall student performance against grade level reading standards. The goal is to understand whether students can read at grade level in Spanish. So as you can see here, 1st grade started at 59% on grade level at the beginning, and then did drop and it was at 22%. 2nd grade started at 68% and then dropped to 35%. And kindergarten does not take the assessment at the beginning of the year, but they do take it at the end of the year, and they were at 53% on grade level. The data shows that our students are in need of targeted academic Spanish intervention support. We will continue to provide effective professional development for DLI teachers and also work with families to help support students at home. Our Schilling Culture and Traditions, we are proud to have our Student of the Month, and these are the students that are recognized for their exemplary monthly character strong trait. We have our Schilling Unity Assembly once a month, where we all come together and celebrate our accomplishments and introduce our Student of the Month. We also have our Schilling Ballet Folklorico going strong and growing every year with the help of Maria Gutierrez, our volunteer. I think she's still here. Yes. With the help of Blanca Silva. Student council elections were held, and students are ready to lead our school with fun events this year. And our PBIS Schilling store is up and running. Thank you to Miss Jackie Melcher and parent volunteers. This is where our students get to spend their hard-earned Schilling stars and scholar dollars. And we are continuing our partnership with the Theater Factory, where students are currently preparing for the production of The Lion King Jr. And we also celebrate the Dia de los Muertos display. Again, Maria Gutierrez, who helps organize it, with the help of our teachers, students, and families. So here you see beautiful, this project was done in kindergarten 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and the students had the opportunity to create an altar for a special loved one, and they are currently displayed on our cafeteria stage, so you are more than welcome to stop by and take a look at it. They're beautiful, and they turned out so, so nice. So thank you, Maria, for helping us organize that. October was a busy month for Schilling Elementary. It was our Bullying Prevention and Kindness Month. Teachers implemented lessons from second step bullying prevention units. We held a bullying prevention parent informational meeting. We held a bullying prevention and kindness assembly presented by motivational speaker Dennard Mitchell. We held our very first trunk or treat event sponsored by PASS. And we ended the month with a fun Halloween school parade. And we were also excited to participate in the Newark Days Parade, where we were awarded with the Best Rock and Spirit. Thank you all very much for your time. We invite you to our next Unity Assembly, Friday, November 17th at 8:50 a.m. And join us for our presentation of The Lion King Jr., which will be December 14th at 6:30 p.m.
Well, is that it? Thank you
Yeah,
very
thank you.
much. Do we have any comments from board? Any questions? Yeah.
Go Schilling!
Yay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera, for the presentation. I really like that you included the iReady assessments. And so my question to you is, do you guys find great value in the SEAL program, and that intervention is the reason why, would you say that that intervention is the reason why you had those ticks up in points?
Absolutely. I think, our intervention, Mrs. Matarang pushing into classrooms and the SEAL strategies are really helping with the reading part of our iReady data, yes.
And I know that Ms. Michaela Ashmore has been assigned to a different school. Has that impacted your site?
Yes, it has tremendously. Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm hoping my request later will help with that, but I'm not sure if the rest of the board will be in agreement, but I'm going to try anyways. So I just really wanted to get your feedback on that, and thank you for answering honestly about the process and the intervention.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Herrera, for the presentation, and thank you to the Schilling community for coming out and showing your pride. And yeah, go, are we Stallions?
Stallions.
Stallions,
Yes.
go Stallions. All right, thank you.
All right. Well,
By the way, I have one of your hoodies, which
All right.
which I love to wear. Thank you.
yes, and I have one of your T-shirts, and I'm delighted to hear about your work with DLI, and especially the SEAL program. Every time I've been at the school district and seen what's going on with SEAL, it's very impressive, so thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I just wanted to say I love your guys' spirit. It's so amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something. Thank you so much. I really also appreciate the efforts of all of the staff at Schilling. I know that there's a shortage of teachers, and with having, taken Michaela and Miss Ashmore and having her be over at BGI, I understand that it's been really tough, but I really do appreciate you and all of the teachers, all of the support staff, the parents who go in and help and really try to help fill in those gaps. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So next, we had a little shift in the agenda earlier. So, so we've moved up, yes?
Sorry. Ms. Herrera, can you come back up? I didn't get to ask you. Can you share a little bit about the
Oh,
work
that's
that's
right.
on display in the back? Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. So I want to thank my instructional leadership team for putting this wonderful bulletin board up. I want to thank Shalom Matarang, Christine McTarian, Jackie Melcher, and Jennifer Nguyen. We have, and Ms. Pollock, yes. We're starting from the left to the right. We have a growth mindset art display inspired by the book Dot, about not giving up, by Russian artist Kandinsky. We also have kindergarten SEAL chant about weather and some weather writing as well. We also have first, next, last narrative writing in Spanish from our second graders. We have kindness posters created by our third and fourth grade students. And we have our first graders who created kindness trees. Our first and second grade graders did our self-portraits and more kindness writing. We have some Dia de los Muertos altars up there as well. And our fifth graders created a math game, and second grade created pumpkin math art. And we have our PBIS store banner that one of our parent volunteers have donated to us, and I think she's right here, our parent right here. Thank you.
I think this is the most impressive school display we've seen so far, for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, they
Thank
did a
you.
really great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just add one more thing? The students are so lucky to have such dedicated parents and staff like you guys. Yeah.
And moving on to public comment, I think we're going to be hearing a little bit more about Schilling. So I'd like to call up Jeff Anderson.
That's my clock? Yes. Got it. Good evening. My name is Jeff Anderson. I joined today to speak about Schilling Elementary. I have 2 children at Schilling in the DLI program, and I'm overjoyed to be part of the Schilling family. We are so proud of that our children will grow up bilingual. En nuestra casa hablamos español y estoy lleno de orgullo que mis niños son parte de esta escuela. I'm also overjoyed by the love and strength I see in every member of our Schilling community. Something that unites our Schilling parents is the love we have for our children and our desire to provide our children with the best educational experiences that we can create as a community. You can plan on seeing me and other team members from our family here in this board, supporting your work and holding you to account. We have high expectations for NUSD, this board, and the state of California when it comes to the support provided to our school. I believe that the responsible use of power demands that we unite together to protect the least privileged members of our community. As outlined in Richard Rothstein's book, The Color of Law, our nation has a historical legacy of state-sponsored racial housing segregation in which local housing prices are tied to the value of educational experiences provided to our children. Neighborhoods with high home values and wealthier families often enjoy stronger schools and more support from government and legal policies. Coming to meetings like this requires time, energy, and is difficult for parents with language barriers and when parents are trying to hold down multiple jobs. Schilling is a Title I school that serves a high number of low-income students and also a majority non-white students, many of whom are English language learners. But we are building a strong, organized group of parents who will be listening to and advocating for the least privileged members of our society, and especially in our Schilling family. With that in mind, there are many decisions that have been made at the district level and in this board that I believe diminish Schilling's ability to serve our students. This includes the loss of our special project manager, Abby Cairns, the reassignment of our 2 SEAL team teachers, what they're called TOSAs, teachers on special assignment, who have been unable to support Title I English language teachers at many of our Title I schools because they have been put into classroom at non-Title I schools, which is a direct conflict or a direct issue with the way they're funded. We are tracking the work of this board and NUSD very carefully. We expect you to invest in and support our school with a high level of care and attention for our children. Today, our community is here to celebrate our school and to share with you a small sample of the strength and love that we have for this school and this district. In future board meetings, we plan to ask you to address specific concerns that we have at our school. We thank you so much for your commitment to our community, for the work that you do in this space, and we are filled with love. You got some strength here. This is a small sample. Thank you so much. You will be seeing us.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Carrillo.
We received a postcard in the mail several years ago from Newark Unified advertising the dual language immersion program available at Schilling. Excited about the opportunity and benefits of learning a second language, we immediately put the date on our calendar 2 years out. Since our son started kinder a few months ago, he has acquired so much Spanish vocabulary and loves teaching his family and younger sister the songs he's learning in class. We have also had the opportunity to meet so many incredible and passionate families, as you've seen, and teachers. We all understand the benefits of dual immersion and want the best for our kids and their future. According to the California Department of Education CDE website, the mission of multilingual programs is to equip students with world language skills to better appreciate and more fully engage with the diverse mixture of cultures, heritages, and language found in California and around the world, while also preparing them to succeed in a global economy. By 2030, half of all kinder through grade 12 students will participate in programs leading to proficiency in 2 or more languages. Additional findings from the News and World Report states that native and non-native English speakers benefit from learning academic content in 2 languages. Research has shown that dual language programs are an effective way to educate English language learners, but they also offer benefits to native English speakers, including biliteracy is great for your brain, learning a language is easier for younger children, English learners succeed while maintaining their native language, and students build strong social connections and cultural awareness. So much research is available that supports the benefits of DLI. However, we do not have adequate support and critical resources from our district. It's disheartening and, quite frankly, unacceptable that imperative resources the Schilling DLI program needs to thrive are being stripped from our school and redirected elsewhere in the district. Class sizes are impacted. Several classes do not have permanent teachers, and current teachers do not have access and support from their TOSAs. DLI is the way of the future, and Newark Unified has a critical opportunity to help pave the way. Let's do right by our kids and provide the critical resources and funding we desperately need to succeed. Thank you.
Greg Spitzker.
Hey guys, thank you for hearing from me. I'm Greg. I recently moved here. I live in the new development in Newark, if you know it, out by where the marshes used to be. And it's a lot of young families in my neighborhood. A lot of people who have kids that are 2, 3 years old and stuff like that. I've been trying to make our community a thing that comes together. I've been doing morning bike rides with a bunch of students and everything like that, showing up to school, trying to bring us all together. I also volunteer my time to help out in the classroom and those kinds of things. But the reason I do that is because I know our school is so great. I know that the DLI program is amazing. I love that my daughter is able to learn 2 languages. I was never given that opportunity, unfortunately, but I really hope she can achieve more. So when I talk to my neighbors who are looking to put their kids in school, they hear about Schillings and they say, oh, I would never send my kid there. It gets terrible scores in standardized testing and those kinds of things. And unfortunately, they don't understand that we do have a high proportion of students that are English learners, and that negatively takes down our scores, partially because these tests are geared towards English as a native language, and that they're not geared towards all kinds of people, right? So when I talk to my neighbors and convince them that, hey, this is the program my daughter's in, it's amazing. The school has so much energy, it has so much going for it, and you live so close, we can be a community, we can build this together. I'm really able to usually convince most of them to change their mind or at least look into it or something like that. But something that I'm not able to do is I can't talk to everyone, right? It's thousands of people in my neighborhood, and a lot of people won't be able to talk to me, and they'll go to private school or try to change districts or whatever they do. And unfortunately, that's something that I really feel terrible about. So what we can do is we can properly fund our school and our system, and especially the DLI program, and really look for helping this out, because there's so many underprivileged students in our program that really need the help, and where we can help out the most is this program. So that's what I ask, and thank you very much for hearing from me.
Thank you. I think the board hears you. We don't specifically respond to public comment, but we're in conversation with the superintendent individually, and through knowing what she's trying to do to take care of the staffing issues in our district. Just want you to know that we hear you. Thank you. So we have, Member Nguyen?
Yes, generally we don't make comments after a public comment, but I just really want to appreciate the parents tonight who are here advocating for your students and families who are in a Title I school. I put my daughters, when I moved back into Newark, I was nervous about putting them back into a Title I school, and I loved it, and they loved it, and they were thriving. And I'm so appreciative that you guys are now voicing that, changing the narrative of what is perceived to be Schilling and how the students and the teachers are there. So I really just want to appreciate that, and I hear you loud and clear. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't think it could have been said any better. Thank you.
next I have two public comments. They can be taken when the item is coming forward, or we can ask them to come now. Now, that one of them is on an item that has been pulled from the agenda, I think, 15.4. Mr. Knoop, if you want to make a general comment under public comment on non-agenda items, go ahead.
Good evening, boards and staff. I think these are very trying times that Newark is having right now. We have a serious shortage of teachers, a serious shortage of senior staff, or teachers who don't stay very long, or senior staff that doesn't stay very long. So I understand that it's crisis management. And when you're confronted with such a situation, you want to look for quick solutions. Well, what can we do? We're in panic. Let's think about something that can solve this. But sometimes these quick solutions have very grave impact. The most important asset of NUSD are the teachers. And I don't want to, discount the incredible value of senior staff, obviously, but the teachers are the core of our organization. And the teachers need to be associated with our organization. Once you have a teacher who, teaches through Zoom out of Boston, that's not Newark Unified anymore. There's nothing left. So I understand when you have crisis modes that you have to make drastic measures or, serious plan Bs. But you have to be very careful with that, and you have to present it the right way, putting it into consent items or getting a contract with a company that says, congratulations, Newark is doing the right thing. They're visionaries in starting to do remote learning. That's not the message I hope the administration wants to bring out to the public. We want our local teachers. So if this item comes back, let's make sure we qualify it correctly, and also towards the vendor, that we are sure that this is not some visionary change we're making. This is a situation that we don't like. And there may even be certain classes that could help with remote, but we have to be explicit about that. And so the other thing, and I'm almost running out of time, is the slippery slope argument. Once we get 2 classes doing remote, the next year it's like, okay, that's okay. We didn't hire that person. Let's take 3 more. And before you know it, we're starting 50% virtual, and we don't know. It's like the frog in the pan that you slowly heat up before you realize, like, what are we doing here, right? We need teachers in the classroom. So that's just a few comments from my part. Thank you.
Mr. Duke, do you want to stay there for a moment? Because comment on agenda items can be done now, or you can do it when the agenda item is up.
I might as well. I'm standing here now, so.
Okay, so you wanted to speak about Social Spice. Yes.
So this is the 3rd iteration of a new website we're going to have. And I have a technology background, and technology is great. It can help us in many ways. But if the website is not working or not up to date, technology is not going to solve that problem for us. We need to have business rules. Every person, let's say, the office managers at the individual site need to have that in their job descriptions. You have to do update of the website at the local level. You can't expect, an administrative assistant to take care of all of that. That doesn't make any sense. And so it's not updating. And every time, I think we're making this mistake that when something doesn't work, we'll just buy some software package and then hope that it's resolved. The company we have right now has ADA in their minds too. So I was a little confused, to put it like that. That it's like, you know, what am I supposed to believe? We're going to be sued for millions of dollars, so we need to take this company. It's a great marketing ploy, let me tell you. So we're spending another $60,000, and that's just the beginning. Because once we change the whole website, we're going to have the same thing all over again, more money. And they charge $295 an hour. That's a pretty decent amount. And once we have a contract with them, we can't really cancel. We can, but there's penalties. And if we don't like what they do, we have mandatory dispute. We can't even sue them. I don't know, it doesn't sound good to me. I mean, I don't think this company is any better or worse than the one we have right now for the website. When you look at a website for a school site, it's not really rocket science, in my opinion. Most of the pages are static. You have a couple of pages that change based on hiring and you know, people who are released. And then there's, you know, some messaging for, you know, agenda items and events and things like that. It's not, this is not, you know, Amazon.com, or this is not, you know, E-Trade or something like that, where we have a lot of difficulty in website design. We can make it really simple. And actually, the simpler your website is, the easier it is to make it ADA compliant.
Mr. Newt,
So-
the timer didn't count down.
Oh, it says 15, 14 seconds. That's why I was just rambling on.
Oh, the one we're looking at, I'm sorry, the one we're looking at.
Oh, no, but I certainly don't want to take more time than I'm...
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong
Oh, okay.
timer.
Well, now I'm out of time, but anyway, that's the
I'll give you
message.
your 15 seconds back.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I understand that, you know, okay, the last 15 seconds then, changing a website all the time is also a problem for, if we have employees who really want to learn how to do this, they're not incentivized to, when it changes every 2 years, you know, and every time it's the same thing. So, thank you.
Ms. Parks, would you like to address this issue now?
Good evening. On May 4th of this year, I addressed all of you concerning the website issue. The following is a reminder of those comments. If you heard anything from the public concerning what they wanted with a new superintendent, was someone who is a good communicator. Not only does leadership need to be a good communicator, but the district as a whole. One communication venue is your website. You can have the fanciest, easiest to maneuver website, but if it doesn't contain up-to-date, correct information, what is its value? While seeking information from other school districts, I can say some are more user-friendly while others are less. One thing I can't comment on is whether the information is up to date. Since the new website was implemented, some relevant information from the old site wasn't transferred over. Some information transferred pertains to staff, which is consistently in transition. Most, if not all, school sites containing staff members who left at least a year ago. That's what I said, like, is on May 4th. Actually, I was on the site earlier, or yesterday, and on the staff directory page for one particular site, there were people that had left 2.5 years ago. A few things that came to mind when I saw this item on the agenda. Why do we need another website? Is the current site really lacking the ADA compliance, which Mr. Knoop addressed? And how will this address the lack of the current information on the various pages of the website not being up to date? Besides the outdated staff directory, let me give you a few more examples of outdated information. On the facility rent page, which is under your business department, it says that all facility rentals are suspended until further notice. So, and the pricing that's set was done in 2019, and they had price increases through 2022. So if someone were to go to the page to try and rent one of the facilities, were they just dismissed us because it said that it's suspended? Did they actually maybe call the phone number and find out that they could rent? So you did maybe get some rent, but maybe you got it at an old rate because it hasn't been updated. Because, like I said, the rates were through 2022. On the LCAP page, it lists the 22-23 members. not the current LCAP members. On the board approved the 2024 and 2025 calendar, but it's not posted on the website. And parents are now looking, somebody had posted on one of the social media sites, wondering where that calendar was because they were trying to book a vacation for next summer. So some of the things that you have readily available aren't being uploaded to your website in a fashion other than if they want to search board docs, which that's a nightmare in and of itself right now. I'm having trouble believing that a website that is only 2 years old isn't ADA compliant, or it's simple addition to the current website. But be that as it may, the new website doesn't do any good if you have outdated information. And so you might be solving one problem, but you still haven't dealt with the larger issue, which is current information.
Next, we are moving the agenda item 13.1 and 13.2 after public comment because those are important items that we want to cover early. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you. President Thomas, members of the board. So I think there's been concern about how expedited this process has been, and I want to address that. We are in a very dire budget situation in this district.
Would you announce what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Items are?
This item is the job description for Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. So I will address that. We not only are in a very dire situation, having inherited a $14.9 million deficit out of a budget of about $70 million. But we are also, unfortunately, coming up on first interim and some really very important budget reporting. Currently, I'm filling in as interim, and I have been since October. And while I don't mind doing that, if we were to push this another month or whatever, any person that we get, so one issue is any person that we would hire has to give notice for 30 days. So then it's another additional 30 days before they can start. But also, and there are many articles about this, and in fact, this was the topic of an entire AXA superintendent's workshop, and that is the statewide CBO shortage. They're trying to figure out ways to get people to go into CBO programs right now because there just aren't enough to go around. And so much of the topic of conversation, and it has been this way for probably a year or two, is how do we attract CBOs? How can we be competitive to hire CBOs, particularly in a climate in the state of California where many districts are in declining enrollment, as we are, and are hitting a budget cliff. And the budget cliff is coming from basically years of declining enrollment that had been supported and supplemented by COVID dollars that are going away. And so suddenly districts are going from where they thought they could be okay for several years to now the rubber is hitting the road with the budget. That is the situation we're in. Part of the reason that districts have teacher shortages right now is that the budget cliff is so severe and declining enrollment is so severe, and declining enrollment is our revenue, that they can't afford to be competitive. When you have a $14.9 million deficit, it is really tough. And particularly in some counties where you're adjacent to huge districts who have more money and more resources, they are able to give bigger raises. And the minute we give a raise, the district next door gives a bigger one by like $14,000. And so when you're in budget straits, it's a domino effect. It affects everything that happens in your district. This was critical, and with first interim coming up, which is a huge indicator for how we are going to move forward, first of all, I felt it was a very, very dire that we have somebody right away and knowing that they would have to wait 30 days. But also, we need somebody who's experienced. And we need somebody who has CBO experience because this is a big deficit. A big deficit. This, you have to have somebody with with years of experience, successful experience as a CBO. I also want people to know, because probably people don't know a lot about the CBO situation in the state, there are many districts where the CBOs actually make more money than the superintendent. They're hired at a higher rate because it's more important, because there's such dire situations going on. And that is throughout the state of California. So in order to be able to hire somebody with experience at a competitive rate so we could get the best, I brought a deputy superintendent job description tonight. Also understanding that if and when this candidate or the person we recommend retires someday, if we're in a better budget situation and we decide to go back to assistant superintendent, you have the leeway to go back to that if you like. But for the time being, we need the skill, we need the experience, and unfortunately, in the realm of CBOs, which I know all too well, you have to pay to get great CBOs to come to your district. And that is what we have tonight, a great CBO. And so I bring this job description with all of those things in mind, with the timing in mind, the quality caliber of the person in mind, what you have to do to be competitive for CBOs in this state, the entire state, what the dire situation is with our budget and the budget cliff, and how much we need somebody who can do this job and help us get out of this on board right away. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first item is the approval of a job description for Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. Any clarifying questions? If not, I would entertain a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to approve the job description for the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. Would you please call roll? So, Ms. Lee?
She doesn't vote.
Oh, she doesn't vote on.
For personnel, yeah.
Is this considered a personnel item?
Yes, it is, I think.
Okay. So, Member Nguyen?
No.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you. Member Nguyen?
I'm not against the job description per se. I'm disappointed that it's being brought tonight and not earlier for approval, since obviously the job description went out with our approval, board approval. But my biggest thing is that, considering that we are in a structural deficit, I don't agree with the salary range. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen, for explaining yourself. Next, employment agreement, Superintendent?
Yes, let me go back over here. Okay. Tonight, board members, I am very pleased to bring to you the employment agreement for Ms. Tracy Fakar, who is our selection for Deputy Superintendent of Business Services. Mr. Burrell, would you like to discuss the process and discuss Ms. Fakar's background, resume, the whole bit, strengths? Yes.
Certainly. So went through a posting of applications and a screening of candidates and held interviews. And with that, one candidate rose to the top, and that was verified by multiple reference checks and verifications throughout. Brings a strong experience within all aspects of education, from being a teacher instructor to somebody who has worked with a district that has struggles with declining enrollment as well as other financial disparities that are happening within. Has been a sitting board member as well, so understands all elements of work that goes in. Some highlights were the ability to bring college career technical education to a large scale to various districts, including what was highlighted by one of the references, which was also referenced during the interview, to an aviation academy that was now a model for the FAA in Southern California for bringing, again, CTE level classes to our students. So as a whole, I think we're excited to have the stability of somebody with experience and expertise in working. I kept hearing the word collaborative, trust, and being able to work with people throughout the district and the community. And that's something that I think will benefit the district greatly as we move forward. So with that, I'll pass it back to Dr. De Leon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burrell. I appreciate it. It is a great pleasure that I recommend to the board the employment of Tracy Fakar for Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, Chief Business Official.
Board member comments, please.
I'm fine, sorry.
Any comments? Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the appointment.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointment.
I'll second.
Okay, we will have a roll call vote. Member Nguyen?
I'm a no.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Thomas is a yes. Thank you. Superintendent would, yes? Member Nguyen?
I'd like to clarify why I voted no. I know that Ms. Bakar has a stellar resume, and I welcome her into the district, and I look forward to working with her. It is just a procedural process for me. We up here as a board members, and especially our new board members, have talked about transparency, the process, and everything like that. And when we want something pushed through, and it's justifiable by the board, it's okay, and there's no justification for that. So you guys got the contract today, right before the meeting. There was no 72 hours. I know that our prior board, our member Thomas and member Hill has very advocatedly loudly about not having transparency regarding those kinds of items. But yet here we are today voting yes, right? But our CBO, she resigned, and she gave 2 weeks notice. We had time to be able to properly put together a process to be able to be transparent and to allow input, and this is what happens. So that's my no. But I don't have any personal agenda. I'm excited to be working with you, Ms. Bakar, and welcome to NUSD.
Thank you. Member Hill, we should have had these discussions before the vote, but I'll allow it.
Yes, so understand Dr. De Leon's message regarding the urgency of our situation and the fact that there's a lot of things that need to be done quickly, and we really don't have staff with the right expertise currently or sufficient staff to get it done. And so I understand the urgency. But I also share Member Nguyen's concerns that this was I think that the process could have been better. I think that there could have been greater transparency. And so I think that going forward, it's something that I would appreciate that all of us in the board work towards, so that, again, everybody feels that they have insight into what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the future, let's have comments like this before we actually make the vote, okay? Thank you.
Could I was just going to say, I said a lot of nice things about Tracy. I was wondering if maybe she would like to address
Yes,
the
come up
board.
and-
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Please, Trace, please come forward. We'd like to meet you and hear about you from your own words.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the board, to the community. It was so nice to get to meet the Schilling family tonight. I'm excited about your program, and I'm also wanting to work with you on your concerns that you shared with the board this evening. And thinking about all those things, I've been involved with public education for over 30 years. It's a passion of mine to be able to help and support school districts, and most importantly, the children that we serve and all the employees that help make that happen. And tonight we heard some wonderful stories, things that they're doing at the Schilling School that we should be doing at every one of our schools, and making sure that we've got all the right resources and that we've identified those resources. Having the ability to be able to work with the instructional leadership team of our assistant superintendent of instruction, being able to work with personnel to make sure that we identify enough teacher support systems that we need to have out there, working with universities to ensure that we can maybe attract new teachers to want to come into our system. Those are really important elements that we need to work on together. I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind wanting to be more transparent. I can't tell you the importance that transparency has, and I will work hard alongside with all of you to try to sit there and make sure that we are identifying those elements with our community. I am excited about coming to Newark, and I really look forward to getting to know each and every one of you on a more personal level as we work on these initiatives together. So thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, and welcome to Newark Unified. So next we move on to the superintendent report.
Okay. Yes, it's student board member, then, and then employee organizations, and then mine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't back up far enough. Ms. Lee, your report? Thank you.
Bye. Happy November, board members, executive cabinet, and community members. A few Fridays ago, all classes performed their skits for homecoming week, and it was the best one yet. From the props, the music selection, dancing, and acting, all the hard work put in by the students of Newark Memorial High School created a really high-energy assembly. The next day, Newark Memorial High School won our homecoming football game against, and our prince and princesses were crowned. Congratulations to 4th Prince and Princess, Jaden Lim, Tiana Colin. Oh, sorry if I end up messing up some of the names. 3rd Princesses, Kaylee Geipel and Trisha Marie Plana. 2nd Prince and Princess, Thomas Tilly and Angelina Augustin. 1st Prince and Princess, Shane Tavares and Isabella San Pedro. And your homecoming king and queen, Mark Lorraine, Mia and Layla Malakara. So after our homecoming football win, the next day we had our homecoming dance planned by ASB. There was food, music, and even a 360 camera setup this time. And then 2 Saturdays ago, the ASB cabinet prepared a trunk or treat for the community. We had games, an amazing haunted house, community members who decorated their car and gave out candy to the young kids. Not only that, there was also a DJ, food vendors, and a pumpkin patch. This year, we had a huge increase in the amount of students that showed up, so we apologize to anyone who arrived toward the end who may not have gotten the full experience. ASB hopes that the community had a great time. Thank you to the board members and executive cabinet who did come to all these events. I would also like to challenge the rest of the board members and executive cabinet to come to at least 2 of our school events, as you guys will be able to meet the students and staff you guys are making decisions for. Next, I would really like to shout out our amazing student athletes and our school teams. So first, congratulations to sophomore Alice McCarty, who ran an 11:30 3,200 meter on the track, breaking a 40-year-old school record. Wow. Yeah. I think it was by 11.47 seconds, so it was a lot. And then next, our senior, Kara Kara Takobu, who also broke a 40-year-old school record to become second on the all-time list for 3,200 meter girls at New York Memorial. Yeah. And also congratulations to our boys and girls varsity cross country team who won their MVAL League title, and to the Frostsoft boys on their co-championship. The Cougars were led by MVAL League champion senior Sid Patel and freshman Samuel Ricketts, the Frostsoft League champ. The varsity boys water polo team ended their historic season with a close 12-9 loss to Piedmont on Saturday. However, these Cougars finished as undefeated league champions in the top 8 teams of NCS. So congratulations. I'll announce the upcoming events at the high school now. So if you would like to write these down, now is the time. So community members, the high school will be hosting a canned food drive. All cans will be donated to Viola Blythe. If you see outside here, just right in front of the district office, there was even like a can set out. And next comes support. Oh, our dates? I don't have that written down. Sorry. But I think it's going to be all throughout next month. So please, as soon as you can, buy the canned foods and then just donate them. Next, please come support our New York Memorial High School Drama Club, who's hosting a play called Scared Silly. It's their fall production, and the cast and crew have been working really hard for the past 4 months. It's perfect to have a good laugh with all ages of the family. I have the dates this time. The dates are from November 3 to 4 and November 10 through 11 from 7 p.m. And then on November 5th and November 12th, it starts at 2 p.m. Prices are around like $10. And it's really good for all ages of the family, so please, everybody come out. And you can get it on GoFam. You said November 1st? November 3rd through the 4th, which already passed. And November 10 through 11, so it's coming up this week. You can purchase them online, and you can also purchase them at the door. To end, please make sure to check out our ongoing series of Cougar Podcast, which is available on Spotify, for those of you who didn't know. The newest episode covers how old is too old to be trick-or-treating. So it's a ASB Run account by our marketing committee. So if you guys would like to get an insight and just listen to some high schoolers talking, go check it out. It's on Spotify, called Cougar Podcast. And thank you, everybody, for listening.
Oh, thank you. Next item is employee organizations. I see we have someone. Ms. Phillip from
Good evening, school
NTA.
board members, superintendent, and executive cabinet. My comments tonight, I do have one in regards to safety at our school sites, more specifically our secondary sites. When asking my fellow NTA members from both Newark Middle School and at Newark Memorial High School, the question, do you feel safe at school? The answers that I received range from mildly safe, somewhat safe, and not safe at all. And I am concerned after hearing the responses. And you should be too. I have my glasses on. Okay. At our high school, who recently had an SRO at their site, the consensus is that having an SRO present on campus is a benefit to everyone, both students and staff, in regards to any student behaviors and what happens after the student behaviors. At our middle school, our teachers, especially our new and probationary teachers, including our long-term subs, the idea of having an SRO on site is for their own reassurance. NTA recognizes that, just like our own school district, the city is having staffing issues as well. So my hope, my ask is that discussions about this happen again so we can figure out how to get SROs on our campuses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say a few words
Sure.
about that? Just to sort of add to what Ms. Villa said, thank you, Ms. Villa, for that. That's true. We want our SROs back on campus. Right now, what a lot of people don't know is that the city of Newark has a significant shortage, just like we do, of teachers, of sworn officers. They have 13 vacancies in their department and have told us that they will make our SRO a priority as soon as they can fill their vacancies and have enough people. And their hope is to do that. They have several people in the academy as we speak, and they're hoping that by next fall, we potentially would have an SRO back for our district, because we do need it. We do need them. But what I do want to say is that in the meantime, they have been extremely responsive. When our sites call them, they get there as quickly as they possibly can and stay as long as it takes. And it's just not the same feeling as when you have them there every day, because they're a huge part of the school community, part of the climate. It's not just a safety and security piece for them. They build relationships with the students. They help out with events. They do a lot of really great work at the schools, and we appreciate our partners at the Newark Police Department and look forward to having a full-time SRO again, and wish them the best in filling their vacancies, because that is also hard for the whole city, that there are not enough sworn officers. So they're kind of in the same position that we are with our teaching staff, are the most critical people to our organization. Our teachers we're struggling with, and the same for them. The most critical people are their sworn officers, and they're struggling. So I don't know what is going on in the state and the nation, but we will work on it as soon as they can get us somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from CSEA or NUMA? So now we can go on to the superintendent report.
Okay, I think it is there. There it is. Yes, you go. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Member Jones. We appreciate it, and that you sort of pushed through your surgical recovery to come and be here with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. All right. Well, I have a brief one tonight. I just wanted to talk about some of the great things that we've done, our board members and I have done in the last week, just in terms of all the events and stuff. It's been wonderful. So fall festivities at all of our schools. It's been exciting. On the 18th, I got to attend a great program they have at Newark Memorial High School, which is the Cougar Kid of the Month. And this is a recognition for students who exhibit character, who exhibit integrity, service to others at Newark Memorial. And what happens is they take them down to McDonald's and buy everybody a breakfast and celebrate and take pictures and tell them what great kids they are, because they are. I mean, these are amazing kids, and so that was fun. And then, of course, we had many, many fall festivities at our sites. I happened to get to go to the Lincoln Spooktacular, but I do know there were events around the district. And so many thanks to our students, staff, parents, and community members who made those memorable. Also, we had a great middle school pancake breakfast. Our trustees were there. Our board members, Wynn and Thomas, were there. It was great. It was put on by the Alameda County Fire Department and the middle school PTSA, and just a great thing. And this year they had it at Newark Memorial High School. So great. It was wonderful. They made pancakes that were green and black and orange. And they were delicious. Also that day was the trunk or treat at the high school, which I know they had hundreds of people come through. That was amazing. Also that day, that was a busy day. Members Wynn and Thomas and I got to honor our retired teachers and our wonderful representatives from Cal RTA, which is the California Retired Teachers Association, over at Ash Park by really helping out with our urban forest by planting trees. And we planted, we didn't personally plant all the trees. We each planted one. But they planted how many? 11 or, how many? You planted 4 trees? No, they planted like 12 or, how many?
They only planted 4.
Oh, I thought it was like 11 or 12. I thought I saw a lot more holes than that. I thought it was 11 or 12, remember, Thomas?
Yeah.
But they had them all along the side they were going to do. Yeah. It was wonderful because that's going to transform the city and also that particular park, because that park was didn't have a lot of shade. So that's going to be great for that park. So that was wonderful. And congratulations and thank you to our retired teachers. We're probably going to be calling you in the next day so that you are aware of SB Senate Bill 765, which allows retired teachers to waive the 180 waiting days before they can go back to the classroom, and also provides that they can make 70% of their salary now versus 50 previously. So Mr. Burrell, the HR team, and I think Member Jones committed to getting on the phone and calling our whole list of retirees. So thank you, retirees, and we hope to see you soon helping out in our classrooms. Celebrating community. October 30th was our district budget task force led by our budget consultant, Mike Berg. It was a great crowd we had that night, a great stakeholder group. November 3rd was our elementary Special Olympics. It was soccer at Washington High School in Fremont. And I have to tell you, that was an amazing, amazing event. It was hundreds and hundreds of people, all of our elementaries. It was fantastic. Member Plancarte was there, and it was a great time. It was just so much fun to see all of our students. And I want to thank our special education department, Olivia Rangel, for helping organize that, all of our special ed teachers and paraeducators from around the district that really help organize that, but also just for what they do every day. They dedicate so much time to our students, and it's noticed. November 3rd, I had the pleasure of meeting with Assembly Member Alex Lee, and that was a great meeting. Well, briefly, and then we're being rescheduled for another time to have a more meaty conversation. And then November 3rd, I met with Dr. Charles Sasaki, the president of Ohlone College, and we have a lot of really great ideas for post-secondary options and how we can partner with Newark Memorial and Bridgepoint and Crossroads and get as many kids as possible into their programs at Ohlone, because it works for both sides. And then there are the pictures of all the good times. So there's the tree planting, and I think that's a picture of our Lincoln team, and then also our Kennedy team at the Special Olympics. And member Thomas and I at the Lincoln Spooktacular with Clifford the big red dog, and our Alameda County. Now that fire truck is an actual barbecue grill or an actual pancake griddle on the back of it, which is both sides. It's amazing, super cool. And then the bottom picture on the left are the kids who were the Newark Memorial Cougar Pride kids at McDonald's. That's in front of McDonald's over on Maury. So anyway, that is my report for this evening. Oh, and also one good news to celebrate, we did win an appeal of a finding we had for independent study, and the district is getting $1 million back. So many thanks to our team who submitted the documents, and our everybody who was involved, our attorneys, everybody who really worked on that case. So thank you so much.
That certainly winning that appeal was a major achievement, and thanks for doggedly pursuing that. So next we move on to the consent agenda, personnel item.
We have a summer school report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where am I?
By
I'm sorry.
Dr. Pierce David.
Here.
I'm sorry.
I can't tell, no, I just can't, sorry, because I got caught talking, I'll say that you can't tell you what a load off that was for us in Ed Services, because that meant a lot to us. So we feel like we won that case, and we deserve to, but it was a good win. So on to summer programs.
There it is. Yay.
All right, it's starting to get late, so I'm going to move through these a little bit. I do know that some of our board members have a couple more questions too. I'd be happy to answer those offline as well. So our 2023 program was a significant shift from the year before. In 2022, we served about 140 students. It included part-time for our K-6 program. It included part-time teacher instruction and then part-time sort of enrichment after school, and that teacher portion was really intervention motivated. We also had our ESY program, and we also continued the credit recovery program, where we served about 323 students 4 weeks, 5 days a week. So that in comparison to 2023, we actually served, so just to go back, 140 students, we went up to 443 students. We actually had capacity up to 700, and so we're going to continue to recruit into this year to see if we can continue to have that number go up. This one included STEM, VAPA, SEL, so this is social emotional learning, visual and performing arts, science, technology, engineering, and math, physical enrichment, so it was a fully enrichment program. In this program, though, we had a SEAL pull-out program where we used it as an opportunity to both train teachers as well as give students additional ELD support in this program. But rather than have a half-day program, we embedded it within the day. This went for a full 6 weeks instead of 4, 5 days a week. We continue to offer our ESY program. We had 210 qualify this year, and we had 113 attend. And then for our credit recovery, we upped our numbers. Again, we had 410 registered, so we were hoping to up our numbers. We ended up around 375 enrolled. Again, just as a reminder, we have extended learning opportunities. So this is all grant-funded dollars. These are not dollars coming out of our general fund. These are dollars specifically for after-school programming because research shows that it supports student growth as well as supports communities during the summer as well. So these monies are targeted for after-school and extended learning programs. We continue to offer the learning recovery needed for high school. These are really to address F and D grades so that we can do two things. We can increase our graduation. We can support students in making up for courses they may have gotten D and F grades over the course of their tenure at the high school. And again, we use learning recovery grants and ELOP dollars for this. So these are grant-funded dollars specifically for extended learning. So our K-6 enrichment this year was K-5 for the most part with a few 6th graders, went Monday through Friday. Again, this was a 6-week program. All student applicants that wanted to participate were accepted into this program. And then 2 weeks of this included the ELD instruction. A little information here, we had 2 sites, so that meant we had 2 site coordinators, we had 1 site assistant, we had 16 program leaders, 4 floating program leaders. And so as you know, with staffing being as challenging as it is during the year, I really want to praise and show my gratitude for Think Together for working incredibly hard to get the staffing we needed to run these summer programs. Both sites were prepared to serve about 308, and again, we served about 616 over the course in and out. Lincoln at 232, and Schilling at 211, and then our average daily attendance was 176 and 152. Again, to be expected for summer programming. There you have some pictures from some of the excursions that our students went on. I'm going to cut it off just because I know we're running a little bit late, but they had some pretty amazing experiences this summer. The enrichment program focused on social and emotional learning, visual and performing arts, STEM again, science, technology, engineering, and math, and also had some physical activity. These are some of the programs in case our families and communities are interested in learning a little bit more about that program and that curriculum. Here's a sample weekly schedule. This would be the afternoon schedule. They also had a morning schedule, and so you'd see where students would do, 20 minutes here, 45 minutes here, and then have lessons that build on each other, lesson 5, 6, 7, and so on, that build on each other around whatever that enrichment was. Some student feedback from our program. We get to make art, have fun, learn cool stuff, and spend time with our friends. So overall, we did the percentage of students who agree or strongly agree. There's an adult who cares about me, 92%, 84% I feel that I belong, and 82% I feel encouraged and supported. So we really wanted to highlight some of the students. Then obviously dance, I love dancing, making new friends. They clearly had a good time. We also made sure that we included some parent feedback around this program, again, because it was different than what we ran in the past, which was really more intervention focused. This was much more enrichment focused. And we can see some pretty high marks here. I would recommend Think Together summer program to another parent, 98%. That's incredibly high. 96%, I think, the Think Together summer program was a good environment for my child. My child has been able to build positive relationships with staff members, 98%. These are incredibly high marks, and I think we need to, again, give credit where credit's due for really running a strong program over the summer. This program also included our SEAL Bridge. This was 10-day professional development with 8 teachers and 2 NUSD SEAL coaches. SEAL trainers also came for 2 days for both cohorts, K3 and 4-5. A little bit more about SEAL and about the summer program. Here you can see the K1 did a unit on oceans. On the left-hand side, you can see students wrote their names on sentence strips. This is where we're starting to build not just vocabulary, but sort of the bricks and mortar of language development. On the right-hand side, you'll see where the teacher has asked for student input for a sentence patterning chart. And they're coming up to choose adjectives and verbs and prepositional phrases for the class to sing. So again, trying to make that learning, that language development fun, but also getting our students involved. A little bit more here around oceans. On the left-hand side, you can see the teachers co-teaching day 3 of a narrative input. Students at this point are really familiar with the story and are adding dialogue and sequencing. To the right, you'll see a SEAL trainer. This is an example of a shared research project where the trainer is actually modeling for teachers to observe, and then the trainer will observe them and provide feedback in real time. Our grades 2-3 worked on fossils, summer still strategies. These also include a lot of art, a lot of opportunities for students to get into thematic learning, but that also allows teachers to really pull small groups and provide direct instruction. So here on the left-hand side, while you don't see the small group, in the picture before, what you're seeing is students working independently while the teacher's off to the side, again, providing that targeted, differentiated instruction. On the left-hand side here, you're going to see, again, teachers introducing sentence frames during students' discussions. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see a draw, tell, and label on fossils. This is where teachers are labeling, kind of providing picture file cards so that students can visualize what they're learning as they're learning another English language development strategy. 2-3 fossils again. Here we've got a teacher finishing a designated ELD lesson. So this is where you're pulling that small group and you're really seeing how can we pull using our language functions, practicing more academic challenging language with content. So again, it's rooted in content, it's rooted in experience. You're not just sort of throwing words that don't have any context for kids, but they're able to get into it with their hands, use the art, and then work with the teacher to develop that language. Our 4-5 did a journalism unit. Teachers were co-teaching. Again, this is another example of a designated ELD lesson, an English language development lesson, where they're front-loading key vocabulary words. In this case, they're practicing the language function opinion with familiar content. On the right-hand side, students are doing research rotations while the teacher is providing really deep prompts to try to push their critical thinking. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a mini lecture where students are taking notes after the conversation and then applying that to their own writing. I couldn't help it. You can tell I've got a lot of pictures in here. Students choose from a collaborative activities menu, again, to extend their learning. They also prepared oral presentations and then presented those to the rest of the class. Yes, that is a picture of Nellie Bly in an insane asylum. Finally, we also looked at student reflections. I do want to note there was a sad face because it was the last day of journalism class. I don't know how many students you know do sad faces about having to leave summer school, but I felt like that was a sign we were going in the right direction. We also had family gallery walks at the end of these units. And again, it's an opportunity over the summer, a little less stress to really develop both our teachers and our students. And we really felt like this was a win-win considering what a challenge staffing was for summer school this past year. We're getting creative. ESY, again, ESY is only available to students who have the service identified in their IEP. It's based to maintain skills so that they don't see a more dramatic sort of regression of skills over the summer. If you're interested, we had about 216 again qualify. We served about 113. Out of those students, you can see the breakdown of disabilities served. So we've got emotionally disturbed, other health impairment, everything from autism to specific learning disability. But again, we had 9 teachers, all were district teachers or long-term guest teachers. This in and of itself felt like a win. We had 27 paraprofessionals and only 7 were district employees. So again, you can see how much staffing continues to be a challenge for us for summer school, but we know our kids need it. Finally, we have our credit recovery program. We have about 323 students enrolled in our in-person classes. We had about 170 students enrolled in our APEX courses. Now, that's about 40 students higher than we thought. Unfortunately, the week before summer school started, we had 2 social studies teachers drop out. So those were 40 kids that would not have been served. Since it wasn't their fault that the teachers dropped out, we made sure that we had courses for them and made sure that we paid for those licenses to allow them to continue to take summer school. Out of that, we've got, over 3,000 credits earned. Again, each course is about 5 credits, but keep in mind, we also had Bridgepoint students along with our Newark Memorial High School students, and so the credits aren't always apples to apples, as they can do, they can work towards maybe 2 or 3 units if that's what they need to make up, instead of the full sort of 5 units every time that you'll see at our more comprehensive high school. Courses offered over the summer were ELA, algebra, biology, world history, Gov Econ, and then we also had some electives through APEX. We focused our in-person on our core classes as much as possible. We had 18 graduates that we want to recognize as well at the end of this program. We had a ceremony this summer, so I'd like to recognize them for graduation. And again, I know that the board has some more specific questions around how many credits, what do those credits look like. We'll be sure to get those answers to you as soon as possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Board? I just have a comment. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm just excited for our young kids in elementary school who are excited to go to summer school. I mean, if they're, getting that much joy out of learning, the extra intervention and having a great time, that really much sums it all up and makes everybody feel good. And so I just want to really appreciate all the teachers who sign up to teach summer school. It's a labor of love, and it's a struggle through the school year, and they still continue to do that because they labor that love. So thank you so much.
Ms. Blank-Carty?
I have a question surrounding the $1,000 bonus stipend for the teachers who applied before spring break. And given what you said about the couple of teachers who dropped out for social studies, and there had to be some shifts there, could there be a consideration for allowing to continue to give a bonus stipend even after the spring deadline? Maybe it's less, but I'm just wondering, how are we rewarding our teachers, anyway, even if they miss the deadline for whatever reason, and, are they eligible to still get a stipend? I understand there's an urgency there, and why that bonus is tied to that deadline, but also just to recognize them. I mean, how does that work exactly?
So every year we meet around January, February to start having these discussions. As is, I think we already did raise the pay for summer school work. So the sort of bonus was to try to get a sense for whether or not we could even run program. And so the only way we could do that is if we had people commit earlier. So we'll continue to look at that. That might be something we bring to you again this year and saying, hey, let's really incentivize summer school. Let's see who we can get to support our kiddos over the summer. And then we try to create really flexible schedules too, so that it becomes a little bit more attractive as well. So we'll continue to consult with NTA and see what we can do there. Hopefully all of the work that Steve and his team has done in HR to get all of the subs so that people aren't period subbing as frequently, hopefully that will pay off when it comes to summer school and we're asking people to keep teaching.
Member Hill?
Dr. Pierce Davis, thank you for the presentation. Could you go back to the slide towards the beginning where we were looking at the different, specifically you had numbers around the high school credit recovery? It's like almost at the very beginning.
The enrollment?
Yes. Yeah, so that, and then so is this this is projected for this year?
No, this is This is a report out, what was requested was a report out for last year, and then
So what was the slide before?
that was 2022. So I
Okay.
wanted to show the comparison of, going from 140 students to 443 students. ESY generally stays the same because it's based off of student IEPs. And then credit recovery, we went from 323 to 375. So we did increase by about 50 students.
Okay, so my question is, so I think that the enrollment at Newark Memorial is like roughly around 1,500. Is that like approximately right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So are we saying here that like more than 20% of our kids at Newark Memorial are not passing classes in their regular curriculum and are needing to go to summer school to make up for it? Is that what those numbers are saying?
I'm not going to commit to the 20% because we do have some Bridgepoint students in here, but you are absolutely correct to highlight the high level of Ds and Fs that we have. And I know that we've, just to channel back to the presentation we had around college and career readiness, our A to G numbers are low in part because of the high numbers in Ds and Fs that students are receiving. So one of the ways that we can try to make up for those Ds and Fs are by having students retake courses. With APEX courses, students get an average of the 2 grades they receive. If students take the class again in person, I believe they get the higher grade that they received. So that's the difference between the two styles of courses. But yes, you are right to highlight the high number that we have and how that impacts both graduation, A to G attainment, as well as college and career readiness numbers.
Because my concern here is, so one theory could say, well, all of a sudden, teachers are being tougher in their grading. That could be one root cause. Or the other root cause is that there's something deeper going on in terms of learning, and that's why they're earning Ds and Fs. But I think that the number one goal that we should have, and again, that's why I think that this is so important that we connect this with standardized testing, because there should be a relationship, right? And so if we're seeing that we're having high standardized testing, but high scores there, but we're having lots of Ds and Fs, that means that maybe the grading's too difficult, right? But if we're seeing that there's low performance in terms of standardized testing, and then that's correlating with low performance in terms of, the numbers of Ds and Fs, then there's something deeper going on that we need to look at. So I don't want to belabor the point, but that's like a high number, right? 20, because again, if I just do, like you said, we don't know the mix of Bridgepoint versus Newark Memorial, but it's a high number. So that was question one. And then question two was when we were looking at the Think Together survey. I don't know where that was like deeper in your presentation. Keep going. Yeah, there you go. So do we know what percentage of the families actually took the survey?
I don't have that information, but I do, it's generally what we've experienced in the past is that it's been higher than during the year because you've got a targeted smaller group of families.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Getting back to what Member Hill was talking about, what are we doing proactively to analyze the root cause of the Ds and Fs, especially for our freshmen and sophomores? And it seems to me there was some strong variation from teacher to teacher. So what are you finding out, and what are we doing proactively to address that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know that Ms. Heather Decker, our Coordinator of Access and Equity, talked about a few things, right? One, how do we help students even see that the test is important, because that's a huge indicator. Also allowing students to think about D grades not as being satisfied because they can graduate, but how do we bring that grade up so again we can increase our attractiveness for colleges and things like that. We also have an intervention teacher right now at the high school, and I'm sure Dr. De Leon might be able to speak to this even more since she's supporting a little bit more closely this year. But I happen to know that that person met with every student who received an F grade after the first quarter to really kind of go through and explain to them how that impacts their transcripts, how that impacts their long-term career sort of within high school. So there's some really targeted, I'd have to do like almost a full report to kind of go into it, but there's some really targeted strategic moves that the high school counselors are working on this year to try to address specifically sort of this DF phenomenon that we're seeing. And then really looking closely at which courses are they happening more frequently in, and what kinds of then strategic support do we need to provide students.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I had a question. The SEAL Summer Bridge Program. This is, I love these photos. I love what you're doing here, and what the teachers are doing. So it's kind of a 10-day professional development in addition to a summer opportunity for students. So how many students attended, and how was it funded?
So this was funded as part of our summer programming. So ELOP, it may have had some Title III dollars that were left over from the year, things like that. But essentially, this was kind of our way to address that we really struggled to get the staffing. So we pushed as much staffing as possible to our credit recovery, because those are classes that students need to graduate. We use this to be an enrichment program. So we pulled them directly out of the enrichment program. So it was for students that were in the 6-week, 5-day-a-week program, 9-hour day program, and they would be pulled out. So they'd be pulled out in approximately like 15 to 20 class size, a little bit smaller, right? But they would be pulled out of sort of the enrichment program to do this work with teachers.
Oh, so they were together.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's 8 teachers, only 8 teachers took it.
Only 8 teachers.
And what was their incentive, or how many would you have liked to have had? If all of the teachers that needed it went, how many would you have, how successful was it in terms of the professional development?
Yeah, I think that we specifically tailored this towards our SEAL schools, so we really only had 2 school offerings. In the future, I would love to extend this out district-wide and see if other teachers are interested in learning some of these strategies. Even if they're not maybe getting the full background of the SEAL model, they could at least be sort of coming up with some of these strategies, because that's what we're starting to do. We're starting to sort of infuse that learning across the district. Mm-hmm. For instance, I'm working with Kennedy and Birch Grove Intermediate right now on some of the kind of shorter version SEAL training, SEAL Light, if you will. I'm sure SEAL wouldn't appreciate that as much. But the idea is that we want to share that learning across the district. And so I would love to be able to open this up. Obviously, we need permission from SEAL to do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much. So next, we have staff report on.
So I don't know what the will of the board is, but this is a really great presentation from Alameda County Office of Education, and it's very, very meaty and has about 40 new laws that affect us, and I'm not sure 9:30 at night would be a good time to start that. So I don't know if the board would entertain.
Can we bring it back?
To bring it back so that we can have this be the only staff report, because it really has a lot to go through. There's a lot.
Okay, I agree with that. Could you say a little bit about the, I forget the number.
765?
Yeah, the one that should help us in attracting teachers.
Sure, let's see what slide, there it is. So do you want to do this, or do you want to do this, Nicole, or Steve, or me?
This one is probably
Anyone?
more geared towards Steve. It's up to you what you want to do. This can also just be an informational for our community to be able to see what new laws are hitting.
That's
I'll be
part of the
honest
reason
and-
I think we should cover it.
And I'll be honest and say, I don't plan on going into great details for these, and if anyone's interested, all of the links are there. By all means, click those links and get more information for any ones that you're interested in. For SB 765, I'll let Steve take it. Never mind. So this one just talks about a raise in the income cap. So basically, it's a way for us to start to gain more of our retired teachers back, because now they get to work a little bit more. Instead of that cap at 50%, we can go all the way to 70.
And plus it waives the 180 in that same one. No, it doesn't waive it. What do they have to do?
There's an exemption.
An exemption.
That is still in place, but it allows for us to, it's an easier exemption, but there's still a retirement age that needs to be met to have the exemption. So again, it does increase the essentially the 50% to 70% is the state takes a median amount of the average retirements of salaries where people left off, and that's the maximum cap that a retiree can make. This year it's $55,000 plus a couple $100. So next year they're raising it for 2 years to 70%, so it would be closer to, whatever that equates to, $70,000 or whatever it may be. So we'll allow retirees to work more years, but we will reach out to our retirees who are of age to see if they're, again, with the exemption, and we can
Entice them.
So the 180-day exemption, is that difficult to get? I thought that it was made easier.
There are some requirements that need to be met.
You have to prove need, right?
Have to prove need. They have to meet within the age eligibility for retirement. So if you were hired prior to 2013, you have to be at least 60 years old. If it's after 2013, you have to be 62.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sorry, I was a little asleep there for just a
that's
moment.
Okay, so
So I'd like to move that we bring the remainder of this topic back for a future session.
I think by itself it might be good. It's quite a bit.
I don't think we need to make a motion. We just need to ask you to do that.
Okay.
Sure. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Great. Then we'll move on to consent agenda.
And we have 13.3, Crow LLP auditors.
13.3.
Oh, geez, thanks. Boy,
I did it to
messing
you.
up.
No, I
I'm
did it to you
messing
because I
up.
moved the whole agenda around today.
No, but
Sorry.
I'm messing up these agenda items this evening. I'll do better next time. Okay, 13.3.
So I'd like to. Okay, so 13.3 is a recommendation to the board that we hire Crow as our new auditor going forward for the next, I think that the term is 3 years. And just wanted to give the board a quick overview of the process that we went through in selecting Crow. So we went through a very robust selection process, and we sat down with the audit committee and the CBO, and first we talked about requirements and things that we wanted to see in our auditor, and we gathered a number of sample RFPs that came from a variety of different areas for audit services, and then we reviewed those and put together our own version, and this was an iterative process. We then sent out the RFP to 4 firms, so our existing firm, which was Christie White, as well as Ide Bailey, Crow, and also Nigro and Nigro. And these had all come as highly recommended firms in the K through 12 audit space. And we did an initial cut where we evaluated, they submitted their proposals, and we took a look, and this was in early October, at all 4 proposals, and then we did a high-level cut, and basically the criteria that we were looking at So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there were basically 5 criteria that we were using. So one was methodology and around how you do the audit, and that included things like, for example, are you going to be doing fully on-site, fully off-site, or a hybrid? Included how you were going to approach the issue of independence, the schedule, the audit schedule that you were going to put together. And so that was one category. A second category was firm experience in K through 12. So we're looking at, as a company, how broadly do you serve the K through 12 space? The third criteria was the specific audit team. So we actually required in the proposal that each firm identify specifically who they were going to put on the audit team, boots on the ground here, so both the audit partner as well as the manager and the staff. And at least for the first year, it's hard to get commitments ongoing, but we got commitments at least for the first year from each of the firms. And so we evaluated the strength of the team itself. We then also looked at the cost, and the good thing is that the state has some boundaries or guidelines that they require in terms of how auditors bid on work so that you can do an apples-to-apples comparison. But we got those submissions or those proposals in terms of cost. And then finally, quality, we looked at quality, and that was more of a subjective thing, and it was partly based on the reference checks and also based on, we had Mr. Berg, who's our financial consultant and he's had experience as a former both CBO and superintendent. And then we have other experience coming from different people within our committee. And so we had a more of a subjective discussion around quality. So those were the criteria that we used. We then went from 4 down to 3, and we decided that we had been with Christy White for a while. We wanted to actually, I think we've been with them about 7 years, which is a fairly long time. We decided that we wanted to actually do a change, and there's a lot of opinions in the accounting community around how frequently you should rotate your auditors. At a minimum, you need to rotate your audit team, but sometimes the whole firm. And so we kind of felt it was time for it to have a rotation for the full firm, the whole firm. And so we boiled it down to Eide Bailly, Crowe, and Nigro. In late October, this is a couple weeks ago, we had each of them come in and do a 30-minute presentation with us over Zoom, and they presented their proposals, and then they were available for us to ask questions. We talked with each of them, and then in the end, we went through and used the same decision-making criteria or matrix to make the decision, and it was a unanimous decision on the part of the audit committee to select Crowe after a good discussion. And then we had one of our members, our public member, Mr. Aaron Weitz, who also is he is a CPA, he's a former auditor, now he works in corporate finance in Silicon Valley. We had him do the final reference checks, which checked out. So I'm here as the audit chairman, recommending to the board that we move forward and engage Crowe LLP to be our auditor both for this year and for the next few years, for both general audit as well as for doing the audit for the bond.
Comments or questions?
I have a comment and then a question. So my comment is that I appreciate you sharing that they've committed to designate individuals to at least be a part of the reporting and the updates for the first year. And so my question now is, what is the plan going forward for the next few years? And is that something that over time we're going to discuss and talk about the plan of what that looks like, or how are we going to tackle that on?
So the contract is for a set period of time, and so we wouldn't be bringing another contract before the board before that contract expires. But the audit chairman going forward, would definitely provide updates on not only what's going on with the audit, but also with the relationship as well. But that was one of the factors actually that was important to us, and there's some subjective things, but as you look at a firm and look at, okay, how well can they partner with us? And a lot of that starts with the audit partner themselves. And Mr. Jensen, who is going to be our audit partner, he's been at Crow for many, many years. He's worked his way up. He started, I think, as just a staff CPA and then became an audit manager, and now he's a partner. And the impression is that he's pretty customer service focused. And so, I think that we probably can have some influence in making sure that going forward that we have a consistent team. And what we have seen as we talked with some of the references and we looked at their team, it does seem that with some of the bigger, I shouldn't say bigger, it's just some of the clients that they have here in the Valley, that it's pretty much the same manager and the same staff that are working on these engagements on a regular basis. So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you. So, without further discussion, thank you for your comprehensive discussion. I would entertain a motion.
Can I make
Yes, certainly.
So I'd like to make, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering why we're changing our auditor.
So one of the big reasons that you want to look at rotating, at a minimum, your audit staff, but then also your audit firm, is it's an accounting concept and it's called independence. And so what that means is that when you hire an auditor, they're like a referee. So they're coming in and they're supposed to be looking at your books independently, and they're expected to be making judgments and filing a report. In the course of them doing that work, they have to work very closely with staff to do that. But there's an inherent risk when you start working with people and you work with them on an ongoing basis. Do you start to lose your objectivity? And so in accounting terms, that's called independence. And so how basically all professional organizations deal with that, so whether it's in K through 12 or whether it's in corporate America, is you say at a minimum, we need to rotate our audit teams. And it's usually like at least every 3 years. So that's why we have a contract specifically for 3 years. There's some people that argue that you should not only rotate your audit team, but you should also change your audit firm. There's some people that argue that, but there's other people that argue that you don't want to just totally change firms all the time because you lose some continuity, right? And so maybe you change the team, but you don't change the firm. But what we felt as we had looked at the situation, so we had been using Christy White for a good 7 or 8 years. And so we kind of felt like that maybe this is a good time to actually basically change firms. And then another motivating factor was that Christy White is a smaller firm and they're located down in San Diego. And they've been having challenges in providing significant on-site participation. So they've been doing a lot of the audit remotely, and I think it's partly because of staffing issues. The challenge, though, is that when you do stuff remotely, sometimes you miss things. And so one of the commitments that we had from all the firms is what percentage of the time that you're doing the audit is going to be on-site versus off-site. And we got greater commitments from the other firms, including Crow. So did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Member Nguyen seconds it. Please vote. Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen?
Yes.
Ms. McCarthy?
Yes.
And Mr. Hill?
Since a student member won't say it, I'll say it. Yay.
Okay.
I love it. You got to do it on the next one.
It's only when she hits the leave.
And I'm a yes. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to the consent agenda. We earlier pulled item 15.4. Is there any desire to pull any other items?
We have, we're actually on 14 consent agenda personnel items.
We have the personnel.
Oh, jeez. Someone's got to replace me tonight, anyway. Okay, consent agenda personnel items. Anyone want to pull any of those items?
Yes, I would like to pull 14.4 and 14.2.
14.2
Yes.
and 14.4. Okay, so can we have a vote on 14.3?
3.
I would like to motion to approve 14.3.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote on 14.3. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Pancarte?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay.
And President Thomas, just so that we don't run out of time, could I make a motion right now that we extend our meeting until 11 o'clock?
No, I'm going to pull some other controversial items, so I don't know what.
11 o'clock. Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been made and seconded to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Member Lee?
Yay.
Member Nguyen?
Another yay.
Member Pancarte?
Yay.
Member Hill?
Yay.
And I'm a yay. Okay, meeting is extended. So then 14.3?
No, 14.2?
2 and 4, I think
14.2,
it's the
right.
same conversation.
14.2.
Yeah, I just have, they're both the same question because, and I apologize, I wasn't able to get any questions into the superintendent earlier today. For Tracy Belcon, I see that we have a promotion for interim director. And then we also have a contract here for Marie McHenley Stark, also for interim director of fiscal services. Are they the same position?
They're going to be doing sort of half and half, because one has real strength in one area and the other has strength, and they're there to support each other, and they're kind of going to be doing half and half. So really, Ms. Stark is a support to Ms. Blinko, so it's a co-situation.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. With that, I would like to motion to approve 14.2 and 14.4.
Okay.
I thought you were going to make comment on the additional substitutes that we brought to
The
the
9.
district this year. Or this last board meeting. We have 9 new substitute teachers.
Yay.
All right.
Could I make a quick comment on that? Since we have 9 new teachers, I would, if there's any way we can look and see if there are any of them that are qualified to go in, and so we can put our TOSAs back, at this point. It's been many weeks, and now that we've got a bigger pool, is it possible that maybe, or if they're not qualified, could they replace somebody as a long-term sub who maybe can go over and cover at the places where our TOSAs are, now that our pool's bigger?
We'll take a look at the pool and put out requests, and we can take a look to see what we can do.
See if any of them have the background to be able to do it. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. DeLeon, Dr. Penelope DeLeon, Superintendent DeLeon, for making that comment, because that was one of my requests later on this evening. Thank you.
That's what we want to do.
Yes, thank you for that. Do we need to approve them individually? I think we should.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve 14.2.
And a second?
I second.
It's been made and seconded. Member Lee, it does not vote on personnel items. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Thomas is a yes. Thank you.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve 14.4.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been made and seconded. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you. Now we get to move on to consent agenda.
So before we do it, can I pull something else?
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to pull Social Spice Media because really I don't think this is a priority. I just thought that I get a lot of requests from board members to fix the website and to fix, like it's not user friendly, it's not this and that. I don't think it's one of our board priorities. So if we can pull that and hold on or see if we can, I don't know.
I do have a suggestion for you because I actually went on to Social Spice web page and one of the school sites they listed as using their services is actually running the same website as we are from the same website.
Same platform.
Yes, platform. So I would suggest that maybe reaching out to our vendor, our current website vendor, and maybe getting additional training for staff and decentralizing updates with the office site staff, office assistants, and training them. And it's a new skill set.
Yeah, and I would also like to suggest that one of the big issues has been the difficulty in updating a district-wide directory. I don't believe that's necessary. Most districts don't have a district-wide directory, and that's one less thing to maintain. And all of our key staff are identified on the web as it is by department, and so I don't think that that's necessary to have every single employee listed.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So we're pulling that item.
Yeah, we're pulling it because I just don't think it's a priority at this time. I just rather have some training and put that,
Yeah, because the recommendation is to build a new website, and we don't need that. And it's on WordPress, and I'm not a fan.
So if there's no,
Since we're talking about it too, just to put a bow on it. So, because there were some concerns around the whole ADA thing, but I actually went out and did some research on that. And so, according to, I don't remember, it's some assembly bill that you have to start having your website be ADA compliant, but that bill was passed in 2017. And part of that, and there's a certain standard that you have to meet, and then there's also, you have to put a certification out on your website. If you go and you look at our website, we have the certification page, and it actually is meeting the standard that's been identified. And if you go out to the same certification page for the state of California and the standard that they're meeting, it's exactly the same. So we are in compliance.
We are in compliance, and it's actually the best one for ADA.
Perfect.
great, glad to hear it. So then I would entertain a motion to approve item 15.2 and item 15.5 to 15.19.
I move.
May I have a second?
You have a second?
Great.
Second.
Member Lee? Please vote.
Yes.
Member Wynn?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Hill? Yes. Member Thomas is a yes.
But I do have a comment, though. I noticed that the old policies weren't attached this time with the new ones.
Say again, which?
Like on some of the board policies, some of the, like the ones that were changing, normally we would have like the old version. But I
Yeah.
guess it's red line through, so
It's
it's
red
fine.
line, yeah.
No, if you look after the red line, there is a current version of ours and a current version of the
old
C.
one.
So
Okay.
we have the old one there
Okay,
for all of them.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So next, 16.1, student expulsion, we discussed this in closed session, and we vote on it in open session. So I would like to have a motion regarding 16.1,
I'll make a motion.
that we accept.
You have to read the whole thing. So, no, you're gonna practice. You can do it. So just say, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve
The stipulation agreement.
the student 16.1, the stipulation agreement regarding the expulsion case number E2324-01.
Perfect.
I second.
Been made and seconded. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Exactly.
So next we move on to 17.1, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. Member Lee?
Wait, did we vote on the non-person? Oh, we did? Yeah, we just did. Oh, but you pulled 15.5. Okay. I got lost a little bit there. I'm just giving. Do you have any other announcements? I'm hoping, I haven't talked with my ASB yet, but I'm hoping that next week I'll set up a table in front of like our commons area and just have a table there during lunchtime to just to like advertise the student board position.
Oh, great.
Oh, and also, if you haven't registered for your AP exam, register before prices go up.
Yes.
Super expensive.
Very.
But it's going to be more expensive in college. So register for the ones you think you'll pass. So register for the things that you think will pass. And for those who are eligible for free lunch, you're also eligible for, what do you call it? A waiver. So it'll go down to $20. It'll go down from $125 to $20 for each exam. And if you have any questions on that, I know it's kind of confusing, go to a counselor or look for Vice Principal Mr. Murphy during lunchtime or brunch time, or go to the office. You can also find me because I did it. And yeah.
Okay, I'd like to say that on another subject, the League of Women Voters is trying to get it. Do they have a date now for the high school?
I have asked the high school to reach out to them. I had asked earlier when Superintendent Thurman first advertised voter registration week, but I didn't have the contact. So luckily now we have the contact. So I've asked Principals Bernard and Irby, one of them, to reach out and get a date selected so that they can set up. They
And
are
so
absolutely wonderful.
A big item for you is to publicize that and get as many juniors and seniors, or is it juniors and seniors, I believe?
Yeah, because they can register.
They can pre-register.
They can pre-register and then automatically on their 18th birthday they become registered. I think also we should consider being a voting place and having student poll workers. So that I'll bring back. So that's a new program from this. I think it was instituted the last couple of years, but from the CDE to have us have student poll workers. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Nguyen?
No committee reports on, from SELPA or the Bond Parcel Tax Committee. We haven't had a meeting yet. And then we had a City of Newark and USD Liaison Committee. It is going to be moving back here to the district. We'll be having meetings here in January, starting January, I believe. And then, and we have to send out the agenda and take the minutes and everything like that. So just that note. And I just wanted to Also echo superintendent's from her report. We did do a lot of events this last October, and it was a lot of fun. And the other highlight from the pancake breakfast was Alameda County. This is their first time ever with the ladder truck hoisted up 100 feet and dropped 6 pumpkins to do a pumpkin drop. And they had.
Did you get pictures and videos?
I have a video. I will send it to you. It was so fun. I think a lot of the students next year, they're thinking about like trying to figure out what the splat ratio is.
Physics. Physics.
But it was great. Alameda County, just wanted to really appreciate them and their generosity and support of our middle school fundraiser with the PTSA there. I know that all of the staff and the parents and students, we had a huge turnout to help. So thank you so much for making that a fun, successful event. And Dr. DeLeon and Member Thomas, we weren't dressed for tree planting.
We thought it was like a.
Yeah, we thought it was like inaugural,
Like ceremonial. We thought it was ceremonial.
But after
You
they
have to
talked,
get your hands dirty.
they did. They talked us into getting our hands dirty, and we were out there
It was
digging
fun.
holes and planting trees. They actually stayed longer than I did because I went back to the trunk or treat and the pancake breakfast event. And also just wanted to really thank Mayor Hannon for showing up to the pancake breakfast, and Councilmember Mike Bucci also for the connection to Alameda County and for their support of our students. So just wanted to appreciate them. And then lastly, last October, we didn't have time to appreciate, and I forgot to appreciate our promotores and our partnership with our promotores, because last month was Promotores Month. So shout out to our promotores, and thank you so much for all that you do in our community.
Yay.
And then for requests, I just wanted to reiterate our commitment based on the LCAP, and that was to expand the SEAL program in grades 4th and 5th at Coyote Hills and Schilling, and start the 6th grade implementation at Newark Middle School. And also to complete training for the 4th and 5th grade teachers at Coyote Hills and Schilling in the 23-24 school year. And I'm very happy with Dr. DeLeon when she mentioned earlier regarding the 9 new substitute hires, that to make that a priority to look over and see if we can reassign our TOSAs back to what they're intended to do and what we had committed to in the LCAP for our students and and so I appreciate that. Thank you.
The one I missed earlier, our Viola Blythe food can drive.
Yes.
It ends in Wednesday, November 15th. So it's not that far. But it's November. It's Thanksgiving spirit, the spirit of giving. I feel like we should. I encourage everyone to donate some cans.
Member Plain-Carthy?
I don't have any board committee updates, but I did want to give a shout out to our Special Olympics. All of the different schools that participated in Special Olympics. I was there and I saw how much effort goes into preparing our students beforehand, because all of them did so good. And it just goes to show the star power of teachers that we have, and not only just the teachers, but also our behavioral specialists, our parent aides, our classroom aides, all of those individuals who really give it their all to make sure that our special ed kids really have the same opportunities as just our other, the rest of our student body. And I did want to give a special shout out to Miss Ellie over at Birch Grove Primary, because I did not know this, but She rallied her class to participate, and this was the first time in many years that Birch Grove Primary participated in the Special Olympics. And so that made me super, super happy and very proud of her and again, all of the support she has. And just again, to reiterate, she did such a wonderful job managing her students and everybody else who was on hand to support. And of course, you know, this is not to say that our other sites, you know, didn't put in all the same amount of effort, because they did, and it's wonderful to see that happen.
Member Hill?
So, since we have until 11 o'clock, I have a few things on my mind.
You are a funny man. No.
I'm waiting for your reaction. Yes, so just quickly regarding the audit committee, I just want to thank the audit committee members and attendees, because we really did go through a pretty big process, and we were literally meeting almost every other week to get it done. But I think it was a high-quality process, and really appreciated Mr. Berg's involvement, and also at the end, towards the end, our interim CBO's involvement. So just want to thank the audit committee for all their hard work in getting that done. And other than that, happy November and happy Thanksgiving.
We won't have a meeting before Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yes.
Oh, are we not having a,
Pardon?
oh, yeah, we're not.
December 5th?
Yeah, so it's a
5th.
big.
Oh, yes.
That's our
break,
organizational meeting too.
That's right.
But we're gonna meet again on the 29th. Oh wait, not the 29th. For you guys, don't you guys have your conference?
Oh, we're going to be at.
We're going to see you at CSBA, my friend.
We're going to be at CSBA. So we're all signed up for that. That's
Are you signing off on her school absence?
I am.
All right.
She's going to be learning.
That's right.
Yeah.
She's going to be learning
You're going to be
on
there.
behalf of the district.
You're going to be there on Wednesday, right? For the. Yeah, I'll be there on Wednesday for a training as well. So maybe we can talk about carpooling or something. Yeah. Okay, and I guess I don't have too much other than to echo some of the comments that Member Nguyen made about you and I and she
Yeah, it's fun.
going to the events. It's so great to see the spirit in our schools and the parents and staff and students that come out and are so engaged. It was really heartwarming this month to go to several of these events, so I appreciate that. I was thinking about going to an ROP meeting Thursday, but it's been canceled, so there will not be an ROP meeting on Thursday. The next one will be in December. And other than that, I don't think I have anything to report. I just would like to put, I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I think we really need, in view of one of the comments this evening, we really need to look into the Facilitron issue.
Yeah, make sure that that's not posted. Just make sure that there's nothing posted saying it's closed when it's not closed. It's open for sure.
But it's been several years, and I don't think we've ever even had a report on whether Facilitron is effective, and so that would be good.
To reserve facility?
Yes.
I do have one more request I forgot. It's just a staff report on where the status is on the Wi-Fi installment at the high school.
Is it, the speed of the internet's not that good yet?
I don't,
I think they're going to have a report on it in December.
okay, great, thank you.
Yes. Oh, no, where'd she go? I was going to thank her in my comments.
Yeah, okay.
Huh?
Right, so, yeah, so that is in the process of getting fixed, I believe, so to get a status report would be good.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add to your superintendent?
I just want to thank a few people. So, I want to thank Jody Croce, who, is up in Oregon with her mom, and she's been ill, and she still managed to make sure that we had all the stuff left on her desk for the audit committee. The budget task force really had everything ready and has been supporting us and reminding us of things and all of those things from afar. And so we just want to thank her and send our thoughts and prayers and love to her and her family during this really hard time. I want to also thank Miss Euster, who stepped out for a second just when I was thanking her, who is filling in for us tonight, and also think about Adrian, who was going to be doing the meeting tonight and is ill, very ill, and so want to put our thoughts and prayers out to her. Katie, I saw you. I saw Katie walk behind, but many thanks to her for filling in at the last minute. And then, of course, to our staff. These have been really difficult times. There's a lot going on when you're there. Hey, thank you. So, yay. So here's what I'm going to say about Katie. Katie is one person that since I got in this district has said, anytime you need anything, I'm there to help. I will help no matter what. And so when Adrian fell ill today, I called her and she said, I'll get dressed, I'll be there in 5 minutes, and took over and did a great job. So thank you so very much for that. And then just in general, I just want to give a huge shout out to our staff in general, because when you go through these tough times of shortages and not having enough people and everybody needing to pitch in, everybody has stepped up to the plate, and so I want to thank our staff for doing that for us during this is a difficult time. Everybody's taking extra work when we're missing people, and so hopefully we can hire soon. So thank you to everybody for stepping up and pitching in. Thank you. And that's it. Those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Could I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Lee?
I will second the motion.
Oh, Ms. Nguyen makes a motion and Ms. Lee seconds it, right?
No, Miss.
Oh, Ms. Blancardi, okay. Did you get that? Okay. All in favor? Raise your hand.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Yay!
Meeting adjourned.